Let's go. Another up day for I mean, the whole market's up today. I'm surprised the market's not up more. I saw over the weekend that like cell phones and tech, like certain tech software hardware is exempt to tariffs. So I thought we'd see more upside, but apparently not. But GameStop hit 27 like an hour ago and in pre-market. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool. There's really not much news or anything like that. There was another robbery, another smash and grab. What the heck is going on with this chat? Yeah, I don't know what's up with the smash and grab. There's a lot of those. I'm assuming people are like shorting, or I don't know what they're doing. Maybe GameStop's just an easy target for theft. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's weird though. All right, so that's that. This is the first article there's a few more articles about it, but what's up, Kristen? Damn, Kristen's the first one in here? That's crazy. It's usually always Matt Romano. Pretty much always. Do they have a video of it, or is it just them talking about it? Oh, this is like the damage. Oh shit. Whoops. I accidentally hit the end of the video somehow. Oh, this one they just broke through the door, it looks like. Or something. There's ones where they're like running, they literally like drive their car into the building. Like the one last week. So yeah, they just took out the door. It's kind of wild. 4:52 a.m. in the morning. Chicago again. So it's like I want That's crazy, bro. Sometimes Muma's in here first too. Sometimes. Getting those cards. The last like two or three crimes have been in Chicago. Straight up. I think the last one we read about was Chicago as well. Hit a lick on GameStop. Hitting multiple licks. They must not be getting caught, so I guess that's why they keep doing it. Yeah, wild. So yeah, that's some news. This could be a potential article unless it's just like a copy and paste of all that like weird article I always see, which I think it is. Yeah, that doesn't look like a good article to read. This one maybe. Potentially though. Moose again. What's up, Moose again? How you doing, my friend? Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. I mean, a bullish article about GameStop, but nothing that good. Then there's always articles about like people buying. So I think we're good there. Oh yeah, I think I wanted to read this one maybe. Oh no. This is like a This isn't about GameStop. It's about MSCR. It's like a multiple company article. All right. No good news on GameStop as usual. I don't think there was any like buying or anything over the weekend. Yeah, Goldman Sachs earnings. How'd that do? Goldman Sachs up a little bit. Overall down. What's up, hero of the day? How you doing, bro? Watching the chart. Nice. I uh I found this the other day. If I just scroll down on this page, which I never do, there's an IPO calendar right here. So I could have been keeping track of IPOs this whole time, but I never even knew this was here. But yeah, there's none in April, and they haven't announced any for May. Kind of a cool page though. I haven't really looked at like anything. What's up with my GME? Not a lot. At least it's still going up though, so that's always good. I'd imagine it's not up as I mean it was at 27 earlier, but I'd imagine it's not up as much cuz people are looking at like tech stocks and stuff since the market I don't know. It looked like what's the market up at? I don't know. The market's flat now. I don't know. Pretty interesting. 84K Bitcoin. Not bad. Dollar's still down crazy. Yep, nothing really there. I didn't look at this though. Natural gas is down a lot this month. Down 14%. It was up a lot more. Gold's up on the week. Same with silver and copper. Damn, silver and copper were down a lot then. That's crazy. Why? Jesus, bro. Why weren't we trading orange juice, bro? Where's the orange juice futures at? Up 43% on the week? Bro, we should have been trading the orange juice futures. Man, you better start stocking up on orange juice now. You ain't gonna be able to afford it anymore. That's crazy. Up 43% in a week. Good lord. That's insane, actually. It's crazy how like little things like that can just like go up so much in value randomly. Kind of like when eggs went up a ton and It's happened a few times with like a lot of these commodities. They'll just go up a shit ton randomly, and then they'll eventually go back down in price. But I've seen this happen so many times. It's so interesting. Apparently, Weeble was halted a bunch this morning, up 250% or something. Weeble? I didn't know Weeble had a stock. Interesting. To my cheese puts. That's insane. 40% on orange juice. The ticker's bowl. I didn't even know Weeble traded on the market. Jeez, that's up a lot. Is that? Oh, it's brand new. It literally just launched today. Damn, how come no? How come nobody told me about that? That would have been a good thing to stream. Oh no, it launched on Friday. Oh well. IPO stuff. That's cool. That's funny. Tin's down 11%. Or 10 on the week. That's another thing that's been. Other than that, there's really nothing too crazy besides gold, like gold, silver, copper. The tin's down. The tin foil. And nickel's up quite a bit. Palladium. Those are down a lot on the month. Salmon's down quite a bit. That's good for 6ix9ine, bro. Speaking of 6ix9ine, where is 6ix9ine? He wasn't here Friday either. Hopefully he's good. I was looking forward to gambling with him this weekend. Oh, it's gonna be lame if he's busy. Damn, Spain's energy is getting clapped. What the hell? That's insane. I don't know. I don't exactly know what this means or what this is. Let me see. It usually tells you. Electricity prices displayed in trading economics are current spot benchmarks offered by sellers to buyers and priced in megawatts per hour in the local currency. Our electricity prices are intended to provide you with a reference only rather than as a basis for making trading decisions. Trading economics does not verify any data and disclaims any obligation to do so. Okay. That's insane, though. Spain's energy is down 56%, 72% on the month. Wow. Wow. Yeah, crypto's flat. I don't need to look at that. Small fry. What's up, small fry? 6ix9ine traveling. I don't know. I don't think so. I feel like he would still tune in if he was traveling. Who knows? The wife restricted him? You think she would do that? I don't know about that. He's giving me too much attention. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. That would suck. How we doing? What I missed? Not a lot. There's not much going on right now. Hit 27 and now you're selling off. To be expected. Which, I mean, it sucks. I was hoping we'd take over 27, but still plenty of time in the day. It's going to be lame if that selling pattern continues to play out. Going to be quite annoying. The currencies are insane right now. Mostly probably because of the dollar, but... who knows? Yeah, consumer discretionary is down today. So, it's not like down, but a lot of other things are up. And all these are flat. So it makes sense why GameStop's not really up. But you were up a lot earlier. You were up, 2.5%. Damn, up 300% on Webull. Interesting. Crazy, I mean, that's a crazy IPO. Like that Tinder girl that talks to you for months, then you schedule a meetup, they vanish into the ether. I guess so. Build suspense. I mean, I don't really care if we meet up or not. That's up to him. Doesn't matter to me. I've got plenty of other things to do in Vegas than gamble all weekend. Even though that's the funnest thing to do. I don't need to look any sec filings. Open insiders, nah. This bank bought 1,800 shares. That's a 100% increase in their position on GameStop. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see. Is famous in real life? Probably. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Ads? Rip. Frickin' ads. Freaking ads, bro. I wasted a bunch of money on shirts this weekend for the stream. they're all GameStop exclusive shirts. It's kind of fun. Instead of me wearing a, well, actually I have a normal shirt on today, but usually I just wear an all black shirt. So added something to the stream, I guess. I don't know. Support GameStop at the same time. Works for me. And a lot of people donated last week, so I figured I should do at least something for the stream. I don't really know what else to do besides like buy props and shit. I guess could do like giveaways and stuff, but I don't know. I feel like most people aren't really that interested in those. Unless we have like epic ones like the last one. The last one was pretty epic. I'll admit that. Yeah, for sure. The last giveaway was really good. That was fun. The wheel of 6 9 and the Mighty Ducks comeback. That was a good giveaway. The best giveaway. The greatest giveaway. The cleanest giveaways. Still got my $50 gift card. Damn, you still haven't used it. Oh yeah, aren't you saving it for Grand Theft Auto 6 or something like that? Crypto is pretty boring. What's up, Muma? How you doing, bro? Hopefully you had a good weekend. I mean, crypto's up, but it's not really that exciting. You haven't even hit 87K yet. You're still just kind of in that 85 to 82K range. It'd be nice to see it at least test 87K, see what happens. If you get rejected off of 85, that's trash. That's trash. Some GameStop breaking. Yeah, someone in Chicago is like robbed at least like 3 GameStops within the past month. Or maybe it was 2. I don't know. But that was the second article I've read of someone doing a lick on GameStop in Chicago. I'm like, damn. Good thing Muma got out of there. NVIDIA to mass produce AI supercomputers in Texas. It's part of 500 billion US push. Shrek gotta eat. GameStop's doing a service by letting them break in and steal, you know? They're putting foods in people's mouths. Hopefully they're not just like stealing the PlayStation and like breaking it open and playing it. Hopefully they're selling it brand new. Can you imagine if they break in, steal a PlayStation, full VR, everything, get home and play it. They don't even sell it. Addicted to ripping packs? Really interesting. I mean, I could see that. I could definitely see that. They playing the bitch, then selling when rent's due. That's hilarious. Oh shit. Or they go and hit another lick. They're like, damn, I want to keep playing. There's another GameStop a few miles away. That's so funny. We'll skip CNBC for now. There's a lot of articles I wanted to read in this Bitcoin magazine website. There's a few interesting ones. Like that one. Maybe this one. That one. They don't post very often on here. New Ryan Cohen tweet. Well, hopefully Reddit's fast. If Reddit's slow, then I would. Ah, Reddit is so slow, bro. They should be faster. There we go. You gotta go to the super stonk. That's where the real nerds are at. He has an AI. Battle Royale live in the UFC Octagon, 69 per ticket, 420 with tariffs. What the fuck, dude? Oh, that's great. JNVR. Yeah, I saw they completed their Solana purchase, so now it's just gonna be a more volatile Solana, most likely, just because of how small it is. It's kind of interesting because I'm sure Solana's up quite a bit, and I think they bought it like literally the bottom. I don't know exactly what price they bought at. I haven't looked into it, but I did see they completed that purchase. So yeah, it's literally just gonna be like a penny stock version of Solana nowadays. They also didn't buy that much, I don't think, did they? What is it again? JNVR? Good lord, that thing's crazy. It's a 200x almost. Ooh, it was almost a 200x in 10 days. Oh shit, a 200x in 10 days. That's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. What's up, Chris F? I don't think I've seen Chris F in here before. Hope you're doing good. I wanted to read about this. There's a lot of interesting articles on here, actually. XQC? Interesting. Well, definitely not. Definitely not XQC. Isn't he blonde? I think he's blonde, isn't he? We read about that. What's up, DC? How you doing, bro? Someone said you look like someone Friday. Someone comes in here and says I look like someone all the time, and it's always someone different. I, for a while there, it was Theo Vaughn, like consistently. Everyone was like, "Holy shit, is that Theo Vaughn?" and then, and then as of like lately, it's always someone new. It's literally always someone new. I haven't seen Theo Vaughn in a while. It's so funny, bro. Like, yeah. Friday, someone said I looked like Seth Rollins. He's a WWE wrestler. Let's see. Seth freaking Rollins. Um, I don't know where a good picture would be. I don't know about all that. Maybe though. Definitely not as buff. Would definitely need a lot more effort to be put into the gym to be looking as buff. I need a different pair of glasses. Those ones are like squeezing my head. I might have to break those ones too. We'll see. I wish I could just wear my Ray-Bans, but they make the screen so dark for some reason with the polarization. There's so many weird things about Bitcoin on this website. At the end of last month, Strategy bought 2 billion worth of Bitcoin. At 87,000. Damn. They don't give a fuck about the price. He bought at the top to show how much he believes in it. His average purchasing price is 67,000 now. That's crazy. I think Bitcoin could end all tariffs somehow. You could use it to avoid tariffs, I guess. And probably a lot of fees and stuff. Maybe, I don't know. I'd imagine you'd still have to pay tariffs, but I don't know. Maybe Bitcoin just would save so much on fees that it could help offset some of the tariff losses, maybe. Who knows? You're not going to know how the tariffs affect things for like 6 months. Probably like 3 to 6 months. Oh, wait, they have a 90 days pause on it, huh? So, yeah. Who knows what's going to happen in 90 days, but for the tariffs that did get deployed, you're not going to really see the effects for a while. It's not just going to be like immediate, I don't think. Well, actually, feel like I kind of know, but who knows? Oh yeah, Marathon. Marathon looks really good. I don't know if anyone saw that game release over the weekend. That game looks quite good. Quite good. Not really any news on the gaming front besides Marathon. Oh yeah, and Black Ops 7's getting released. Didn't Black Ops 6 like just come out? Yeah. They're releasing Black Ops 7 already. Like what? That's got to be like a record time. It's a leak, but that's insane. They get a new COD every year. But yeah, but I thought it was like Activision made one year and then Infinity Ward or whatever made the next one. Now is it only Activision or Treyarch, whatever, making Call of Duty? Are they the only ones? It says it's a sequel to Black Ops 6. Or wait. Wait, it's a Black Ops 2 sequel? Story will be set in 2035 and will be a follow-up to Black Ops 2 story. Story will involve Woods and Mason. Revealing the campaign would have up to 4-player co-op and a big open world map. That's dope. That's smart. Bring back the old storyline. I mean, I would play it for the old storyline. It's a good story. Oh, that's cool. Multiplayer progression will carry over from Black Ops 6. That's pretty cool. Yes. Trump, zombies related. A remake of Transit for zombies. Hmm. That's interesting. Oh, yeah. Hopefully there's more. That's just a leak, so hopefully there's more info on that coming in the coming months, because that looks interesting. I like Black Ops 2. Would I get another Call of Duty though? I would literally play it for like 2 days and get bored. So I don't know. How to use their own currency, pay the transfer fees. So Bitcoin value becomes stable. I don't know what you mean by that actually. PS5 is getting another price increase in some countries. What? I want to read about this. This looks funny. Marathon, 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 marathon. Marathon, marathon. Star Wars horror project could be on the way. And all the news from last week. Boring. There's a casino in Schedule 1. What? Can't wait for the new transit map. So hyped. Yeah, that could be dope. Maybe I'll actually get Call of Duty for once in my life, and I'll play with you. We'll see. No promises, of course, because I will literally play it for 2 days and never play it again. It's like what happens all the time. So I don't know if I'll even buy it. PlayStation just gave Nintendo Switch 2 its biggest boost this week. I guess we'll read that. That sounds interesting headline. So I'll give him a chance. I'll give him a chance. They still just the multiplayer for like $30, I think, for COD. I don't really care about the price. I more care that I'm literally gonna play it for 2 days and never touch it again. So it's a waste of time to even buy it in the first place. Shit, that literally is just what happens with I mean, I played Final Fantasy for literally a day, and I think I played it for maybe a weekend, 1 day out of the weekend, not on stream. And yeah, I haven't touched that game since. Like that's how it goes with video games for me. I just get so bored so fast. I just don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, this article or this it was on CNBC, but I saw this on CNBC over the weekend and I'm like, "Damn, the market's going to rip off this." But so obviously all, this goes to show how bullshit like news is cuz you know, tech is what's been leading the sell off. So if from the tariffs, so like if this is a real article, if this is legitimate, the market should be absolutely crushing right now. So that just kind of goes to show how you know, that's why I never say I like when I look at the market, I don't attach like news to the sell off because in my eyes, the market should be ripping off this if tariffs is why the market's been selling off. But it's not. So, I don't know. Price action. All right. And then there's no. All right. All right. So, Trump administration. I should read the CNBC one, but I'll just read this one. Trump administration exempts phones and most computing hardware from tariffs and then says they're not really exempt, just being lined up for a very special tariff bucket of their own. Okay, I see. That makes more sense. See, I didn't get the full story, I guess, but still. On Friday, the Trump administration exempted smartphones and a load of other computing related hardware from the monstrous 145% tariffs being applied to goods from China. But by Sunday, the president already seemed to be winding back on the winding back, explaining on True Social that there were no exemptions, it's just those product classes were being moved to a new tariff bucket. In short, it's pretty much impossible to keep up with the tariff chaos on late. But here's how things stand in the very moment these words are being written and how it all applies to the PC, at least as much as anyone can say. On Friday, the Trump administration announced exemptions from the full 145% tariff on goods being imported from the US into the US from China. Among other devices and product types, those exemptions covered smartphones, laptop computers, hard drives, CPUs, memory chips, as well as flat screen displays. 20 entries are listed in the exemption posted on the U.S. Customs and Border Protection website, and it seems like the PC and all the components that go into it are largely and perhaps entirely covered off. The catch is that by Sunday, it emerged that the Trump administration didn't view this set of explicit exemptions as exemptions. Instead, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said these devices and products would instead be subject to separate tariffs that would also broadly include computer chips and would be imposed in a month or so. Interesting. Uh, then President Trump told reporters traveling with him on Air Force One that he would be announcing new tariffs on semiconductors in the coming weeks. When asked whether some products such as smartphones and computing hardware might be exempted, Trump implied they may be. You have to show a certain flexibility. Nobody should be rigid. After that, he posted on Truth Social saying there was no tariff exception announced on Friday. These products are subject to the existing 20% fentanyl tariffs, and they are just moving to a different tariff bucket. As if it wasn't enough, Reuters claims that Trump also indicated that specific U.S. companies might enjoy exemptions, though no specifics were mentioned. Interest. Okay. Kind of weird. Um, To recap, the Trump administration ratcheted up tariffs on most goods from China to 125%, on top of a minimum 20% tariff, making for a total of 145%, issued an exemption from the 125% rate for a tranche of computing and electronic products, and then announced plans to reapply a new set of tariffs to those exemption classes, at the same time as implying some tech companies might get special treatment. In short, at the current time, it is absolutely impossible to say what tariffs will apply to computing goods and how long they'll last. However, given the administration's seemingly unwillingness to stick to with really punitive tariffs on goods that consumers buy, it seems unlikely that the very highest tariff rates will apply to the PC hardware. So something in the 10% to 20% range seems likely, not a total disaster, but still far from welcome, especially for the likes of graphics cards, which are already extremely expensive. Were we guessing, we'd also expect that prices to end users may be pushed up more than the headline tariff rates. Given the sheer quantity of chaos around tariffs, there are bound to be costs that go beyond the simple tariff rate that will likely be passed on to consumers eventually. All of which means that even with the most catastrophic scenarios, involving the prices of computing hardware doubling or more now seems unlikely. We should all probably brace for higher prices in the short to medium term. Okay. All right. At least I see now why the market's not ripping. But still, that should be a positive, I feel like. What's this about? Oh. PlayStation 5 prices rising in Europe, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand. I don't want to read about that, but Apple's working on 2 new versions of the Vision Pro. Netflix is testing a search function powered by AI. Waymo will start testing self-driving taxis in Tokyo next week. That's wild. Meta's new board members include former Trump security advisor. I don't really want to read about that. The Social Security Administration is reportedly moving all official communication to X. What? Tesla halts Model S and X sales in China due to tariffs. There's a lot of news on this one. ChatGPT can now remember all your past conversations. I think it already had that. I don't think that's new. We've read all those. A lot of news. I've been playing it. It's just goofy. Looks like a pretty good game. Looks like a nice, relaxing game, you know? Not like, you don't have to try hard on Schedule 1. You can just chill. How's the stream doing these days? About average. Nice. I want to read some of these crypto articles. I guess we'll start. Did I skip one? I don't know. We'll start with this one. This one was written on March 31st, so it's pretty little old. Business intelligence company Strategy continued stacking sats by acquiring 22,048 Bitcoin, worth nearly $2 billion. According to a March 31st SEC filing, Strategy purchased the coin for $1.92 billion last week, or around 86,969 per Bitcoin. Nice. This boosted the company's total Bitcoin treasury to 528,185 Bitcoin, acquired for 35.63 billion. At Bitcoin's current price of approximately 82,000, Strategy's holdings are now valued at over 43 billion. Michael Saylor continues aggressively accumulating Bitcoin. Recent buys were funded mostly through issuing 1.2 billion of new MSTR common shares. By buying Bitcoin-funded equity, Strategy converts its corporate treasury from dollars into hard assets. The company had pioneered using its balance sheet as a leverage play on Bitcoin's rise. Strategy's average purchase price per Bitcoin has also steadily increased to 67,458. This shows Saylor is still willing to pay premium prices to keep stacking sats. However, the gap between Strategy's average entry price and Bitcoin's market price has narrowed significantly during this prolonged cool-off. The company may soon be buying Bitcoin below its cost basis if price continues to drift. Regardless, Strategy remains ultra bullish on Bitcoin over the long term. Company expects to benefit from Bitcoin's appreciation over decades against fiat currencies being devalued by inflation. Pretty cool. Long set up a raise funds in the form of Bitcoin for victims of the earthquake who survived. Interesting. I'm not going to read that. I just wanted to see what it was. That could be good. That sounds interesting. I've already read about that before, actually. I don't need that one. Now we're back where GameStop announced. Alright. That's good enough. I don't want to go too far back on these Bitcoin ads. They just don't post that often, so I want to see some of the more recent things that have happened. Or just some of the more recent articles, I guess. I don't know. So this was written also on March 31st. Trump family is expanding its growing Bitcoin and crypto portfolios by investing in a new Bitcoin mining venture called American Bitcoin. Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump are merging their firm, American Data Centers, with Hut 8, a publicly traded Bitcoin miner, to form a new company. The Trump brothers will hold a 20% stake in American Bitcoin, with Hut 8 owning the remaining 80%. The deal brings 61,000 mining machines from Hut 8 into American Bitcoin. The company also plans to build its own Bitcoin reserve by retaining mined coins. Everyone's building a Bitcoin reserve. It's crazy. It's crazy. Some of them are doing it mining, some of them are doing it by just buying it, corporate bonds. Crazy. Everyone's doing it though. I think I saw an article over the weekend. I got to try to find it again, but like about like big corporations like Apple and Microsoft looking into Bitcoin. I need to find that article. I had it, but I must have X'd out of it. I found it over the weekend. Damn. But don't they have a crypto section on here? Yeah. What the hell? I want the news, not whatever this is. Sup, Jared? I don't know if I already said what up to Jared, but what's up, Jared? Crypto world. Is it this? I think it's this one. I believe it was that one. Let's see. Where was I? Did I already read all this? Oh yeah, its own Bitcoin reserve by retaining mined coins. Eric Trump, who will be American Bitcoin's chief strategy officer, likened Bitcoin's hard asset properties to real estate by leveraging Hut 8's low-cost North American data centers. American Bitcoin aims to mine Bitcoin more efficiently than competitors. This could become a key advantage as mining gets more difficult over time. Trump family has aggressively embraced Bitcoin and crypto lately through various projects. American Bitcoin remains separate from the Trump organization empire, but his Bitcoin reserve plan aligns with Trump's vision of the U.S. strategic Bitcoin reserve. Bitcoin mining has faced environmental criticism for its massive energy use, but Eric Trump believes American Bitcoin access to low U.S. energy costs will give it an edge. By focusing on mining, American Bitcoin appears to be more serious Bitcoin bet compared to Trump's meme coins and stablecoin talk. Family's rising Bitcoin and crypto profile mirrors the growing mainstream acceptance. Trump's family making everyone FOMO into Bitcoin. I mean, it could be it's already a big thing, but it could be even bigger in the future. Who knows? You got to think, literally, what, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, is the first time ever in history the government's actually like backed crypto in a legitimate way. And even like a few months ago was the first time I've been watching the Federal Reserve for years. And usually when someone brings like a question about crypto or something, they don't really answer it, but a few months ago during like a some I don't remember what it was, but someone asked a question to Powell about crypto and he actually answered it. And it was crazy. So Crypto is definitely in a different space right now, and it's very early. Or it's about to be the greatest scam ever. One of the two. One of the two. Either way, I'm cool with it. Either way, I'm cool with it. Because I got my GameStop. Bitcoin's going to become a pyramid scheme. I don't know about that. Would be interesting. I mean, it kind of is already in a way. In a lot of ways. Maybe not Bitcoin, but all the coins in general. Duke Dynamite. I haven't seen that name in here before. Yeah, I saw that tweet. Kind of funny. The AI image is pretty funny. Proposed South Carolina bill lets state treasurer invest 10% of state funds into Bitcoin. Okay, so it's not an active bill, but it got submitted. So yesterday, Representative Jordan Pace reintroduced Bill H4256, the Strategic Digital Asset Reserve Act of South Carolina, into South Carolina's House of Representatives. Highlights from the bill include the fact that it enables the state treasurer to invest up to 10% of the funds under the state's management into digital assets, including Bitcoin, and that the state's strategic digital asset reserve can include up to 1 million Bitcoin. The bill also states that the reason for establishing such a reserve is because inflation has eroded the purchasing power of assets held in state funds, and that Bitcoin, a decentralized digital asset, and other digital assets offer unique properties that can act as a hedge against inflation and economic volatility. The bill does not stipulate whether or not state officials should hold the private keys to the Bitcoin and other digital assets that accumulates for the reserve, though it enables the state treasurer to develop policies and protocols to protect the assets held in the reserve, including the use of cold storage or the contracting of a third party to maintain custody of the assets. Whoa, dude. Whoa. Could you imagine if Bitcoin could, or Bitcoin, could you imagine if GameStop could become something like that? A third party place where like states, literally states, hold their Bitcoin? That's crazy to think about, bro. I mean, or strategy. Strategy is probably, the most likely candidate, but could you could you imagine? Could you imagine? The state treasurer can also utilize a third party to assist in the creation, maintenance, and administration of the reserve's security. As per the bill, the state treasurer would be responsible for preparing a biannual biannual report that includes the total amount of digital assets held in the reserve, US dollar value of those assets, and transactions and expenditures related to the reserve since the previous report. Also, the state treasurer would be required to publish proof of reserves, which includes the public addresses of the digital assets held in the reserve on an official state website, enabling citizens to independently audit and verify the reserve's holdings. Finally, the bill stipulates that the Strategic Digital Asset Reserve undergo audits that include an examination of the quality of the security of the custody solutions, an assessment of compliance with local, state, and federal laws, and an evaluation of internal controls to mitigate against cyber attacks and mismanagement. According to the bill, the independent audit should be conducted annually and submitted to the relevant oversight committee. Any recommendations resulting from the independent audits must be addressed within 90 days of the issuance of the report, and a follow-up reporting detailing the corrective actions taken must also be provided to the oversight committee. I mean, see, that article was posted March 28th, so like 3 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. That's crazy. Like, Bitcoin's in such an interesting spot these days. John Lennon coming in saying, "Imagine, imagine all the people." You may say I'm a dreamer. I think we've already read about this before. Yeah, I've read about that. Banks can engage in Bitcoin and crypto without prior approval. March 28th. We read about that. Not on this website, but I remember reading about that. All right. Strategy CO makes the case for corporate Bitcoin adoption in MIT keynote, April 6, 2025. Has Roaring Kitty been here recently? I have no clue. No clue. At a recent keynote delivered in the MIT Bitcoin Expo, Fong Li, CEO of Strategy, made a bold case for Bitcoin as a core component of the moderate corporate treasury strategy, with over 528,000 Bitcoin on its balance sheet. Strategy has become the most visible and arguably the most successful public company to adopt Bitcoin as a primary reserve asset. We outperformed the entire Nasdaq, the entire S&P, and entire Mag 7, and we outperformed Bitcoin, Lay told the audience. While strategy chairman yeah, that shit's crazy. While strategy chairman Michael Saylor laid the philosophical foundation for Bitcoin's corporate use case starting in 2020, Lay's keynote drove home the executional and financial results. The talk, which was part of challenge and part case study, urged corporate leaders to question everything from their education to their financial assumptions and to reimagine their balance sheet in the Bitcoin era. On day one of the MIT Bitcoin Expo, Lay opened with a breakdown of corporate America's performance problem. Of the 35 million companies in the U.S., the only top-tier, primarily S&P 500 firms are meeting market expectations. The rest are stagnating. Almost every other company is not performing, Lay said. He pointed the finger at entrenched financial orthodoxy, MBA programs, elite consultancies, and Wall Street firms continue to teach the same playbook, optimize the income statement, reinvest the traditional assets, and stick to quarterly thinking. The result is systemic underperformance. All they can do is the S&P 500, he said, noting in the private equity, venture capital, and hedge funds are rarely beat the benchmark. It's not a lack of talent, it's a lack of imagination. Strategy's Bitcoin playbook from cash drag to digital capital. What set Strategy apart, Lay argued, was its decision to treat the balance sheet as a strategic asset rather than a passive one. While most companies park cash in low yield government bonds or commodities like gold, Strategy chose Bitcoin. Why, if you're a company, wouldn't you do the same thing? Make money off your balance sheet makes sense. Lay made the point that Bitcoin offers not just return potential, but structural advantages. It trades 24/7, it isn't subject to central bank policy, and it provides corporations with instant global liquidity. By contrast, traditional capital markets operate 252 days a year, 6.5 hours a day, 19% of the time. Strategy has embraced this fully, updating its Bitcoin reserves in real time. We show our results daily. In fact, we update them every 15 seconds on our website, Lay said. Rethinking accounting in a Bitcoin native world. One of the biggest challenges for corporations adopting Bitcoin is the mismatch between traditional accounting rules and a 24/7 asset. Current standards were built for quarterly earnings and slow moving financial instruments, not real time, globally traded digital assets. As Fong Lei put it, accounting policies update every 5 years. Quintessentially, accounting policies don't work for Bitcoin. Under GAAP, Bitcoin is treated as an intangible asset, marked down when prices fall, but not adjusted upward when they rise, creating a distorted view of financial health. To close that gap, strategy has adopted a more transparent approach. We show our daily results. In fact, we update them every 15 seconds. This real time reporting reflects the always on nature of Bitcoin and signals to the market that strategy is playing a different and faster set of rules. Rather than wait for institutions to catch up, strategy is setting the standard for how the performance of Bitcoin treasury companies should be measured. Why MSTR became the most watched in the US stock market. Since adopting the Bitcoin treasury strategy, MSTR stock has become the most performant and the most volatile, highest volume, and most interesting stock in the United States. According to Lay, its performance has consistently outpaced traditional benchmarks, not just because Bitcoin appreciated, but because strategy leaned into its identity as a Bitcoin native public company. And it's not alone. Lay highlighted the growing list of companies replicating the model: Metaplanet, Semir Scientific, Cooler Technology Group, all of which outperformed the S&P 500 and Bitcoin after adopting similar treasury strategies. This is a replicable strategy, Lay said. Everyone else should be doing this. Breaking the mold, a corporate call to courage. Lay closed by challenging executives and investors to question conventional wisdom. Strategy's success didn't come from following the crowd, it came from rejecting it. It takes courage, it takes original thinking, it takes independent thinking, it takes bravery, it takes Bitcoin. As the first public company to turn Bitcoin into a cornerstone of its balance sheet, strategy under Michael Saylor's vision and Feng Li's leadership has redefined what's possible in corporate finance. Or as Li put it, Bitcoin allows corporations to find freedom from the average. That was a good article. I liked that. I liked it. Seagull Dreams, what's up? Kev been up to? I haven't seen. He was here Thursday or Wednesday. I don't think he's here every day, especially now that the weather's getting nice. All right. April 9th. This article is written on April 9th. I think this will be a good article. Just, I don't know. Who knows? We'll see. How to communicate a corporate Bitcoin strategy to shareholders. For companies exploring or actively executing a corporate Bitcoin strategy, success isn't just about acquiring the asset, it's also about communicating clearly before, during, and after the decision. Shareholders, analysts, and the media don't just respond to what you do with capital, they respond to how you frame it, and in the case of Bitcoin, that framing matters even more. Misunderstood or poorly timed communication can create volatility, uncertainty, and misplaced assumptions about intent. The guide provides a structured framework for communicating your Bitcoin strategy to shareholders in two key phases: before you execute, after you've begun acquiring and holding Bitcoin. I cannot read today. I'm struggling. All right, each stage carries its own risks and opportunities, but when approached strategically, communication becomes an asset in itself, building confidence, reducing friction, and attracting long-term aligned shareholders. Phase 1, communicating before you act. Before Bitcoin appears on the balance sheet, stakeholders should already understand your reasoning. This isn't about asking for permission, it's about preparing the ground so that your decision is viewed as strategic, not speculative. I just thought, like, why do... Fuck. I just thought of something crazy, bro. Like, what if you just started an LLC and just started buying Bitcoin? Like, what would happen? Like, could you theoretically start your own Bitcoin reserve company and like raise money from people to just buy Bitcoin? I don't know. That's interesting to think about. I don't know if you'd be able to do it with an LLC. I think you'd have to do an S corp, especially if like you wanted to become public eventually. I don't know. I don't know if LLCs can become public. I don't know. Let me look actually. But couldn't theoretically every single one of us in here make a Bitcoin reserve company, basically. I feel like we could. Um, LLC cannot go public directly. It must first convert to a C Corp to issue shares and conduct an IPO. This involves significant legal and financial considerations. Okay, that's what I figured. So you could start an S Corp and make your own Bitcoin reserve company, basically. It would cost, it would, and you could just raise money. Interesting. I mean, I don't know if I would do it personally, but like, it could be like a good long term play. Who knows? I don't know if you could buy enough to make it like worth it, but it is interesting to think about, I guess. Maybe you're just more better off buying the big player like MSTR, or a potential big player like GameStop that hasn't really priced in its potential. I guess you'd probably be better off just doing that than starting your own or buying your own Bitcoin. Unless you want your own Bitcoin, I guess. I don't know. I've definitely considered it over the past like few months since I've been reading more about it, start scaling a position, but I don't know. I think I'd rather just buy GameStop personally. I'm fighting the same dilemma. Yeah, it just doesn't seem worth it to buy Bitcoin because if GameStop actually buys it, you have so much more. If GameStop, think of it like MSTR. Like MSTR is 1.5x the volatility of Bitcoin. So like if GameStop can become that, what's the point of buying Bitcoin when GameStop has way more upside? If what if GameStop becomes a 2x volatility of Bitcoin? I don't know how likely that is because they're not buying nearly as much as MicroStrategy, but still, or maybe it matches with Bitcoin and you just have that downside protection from the business and the cash, and that's really what matters. That seems kind of more likely, but who knows? So yeah, I think yeah, I do plan on buying my shares back for sure. Ugh. Like if this drops below 26, I'll probably buy at least 50 back, even though that's literally the same price I sold it for. I kind of regret selling the shares. I'm like, $26? It's just nothing. It's nothing. It is nothing. I guess if the market starts selling off again, though, it could have been a good thing. We'll see. The market looks pretty good, actually. Still flat on the day. I sold 900 shares at 26.99. I'd be scared. I mean, that is a good spot to sell. You're right on that historical trend, or like or I guess not historical, but the past like 4 months, it's been following that trend down. Every time it's hit that line, it's sold off like 10-20%. Well, pretty much 20%. So definitely a good place to sell. But I'm kind of hoping we take that over. I kind of hope we take that over. That'll be sick. All right. Phase 1, communicating before you act. Before any Bitcoin appears on the balance sheet, stakeholders should understand your reasoning. This isn't about asking permission, it's about preparing the ground so that your decision is viewed as strategic, not speculative. Pre-acquisition communication builds narrative control, limits downstream confusion, and reduces reputational risk. It also positions the company as methodical, forward-looking, and transparent qualities the market rewards. Core message 1, the strategic rationale. Your thesis should be micro aware, company specific, and company strategy aligned. Avoid generalizations or ideological framing. Tie the move to observable economic conditions and your specific goals as a capital allocator. What to communicate? The problem Bitcoin solves for your treasure. It's funny. What's funny is fucking GameStop announces the Bitcoin thing and doesn't say a fucking word. That shit's hilarious, bro. They don't say a fucking word. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna buy Bitcoin. I hope you're okay with that. What to communicate? The problem Bitcoin solves for your treasury. How Bitcoin aligns with your time horizon and shareholder base. What Bitcoin is preferable to alternatives like gold, T-bills. Why Bitcoin is preferable to gold, T-bills, and corporate buybacks. Example framing. We're exploring a Bitcoin as a strategic reserve asset due to its scarcity, portability, and global liquidity, with over 60% of our capital parked into cash or cash equivalents, and with inflation consistently outpacing yield, we're evaluating whether our current reserve strategy is presenting value or quietly eroding it. Tactical advice. Benchmark against peers who have adopted Bitcoin to normalize the decision. Include Bitcoin as one of our several options being reviewed to avoid the appearance of pre-commitment. Use investor education tools to bring audiences up to the learning curve. Core message 2, the governance and risk framework. This is where you proactively disarm that this is reckless narrative, emphasize process, oversight, and structure, what to communicate, who is involved in treasury decision making, what risk control are already in place or being developed, how acquisition would be sized, paced, and reviewed, whether an internal or external benchmark is being used. Example framing. Should we proceed with a Bitcoin allocation? It'll be subject to board approval and implemented through a structured treasury policy that includes third-party custody, independent review, and ongoing risk evaluation. Tactical advice. Share a draft of your treasury policy internally and with key investors for early feedback. Acknowledge gaps in legacy accounting treatment. Pair them with your plan to disclose fair value regularly. Define thresholds to limit perceived open-ended risk. We are evaluating an initial allocation of 5% of idle cash. Core message 3, alignment with shareholder value. Investors want to know what this means for them. In their terms, capital efficiency, risk-adjusted return potential, and dilution avoidance. What to communicate, how Bitcoin fits with your mandate to preserve or grow shareholder value. Why you believe Bitcoin is not just a hedge, but a high-integrity reserve asset. How the move could protect your book value or improve capital deployment versus holding idle cash. We believe that preserving purchasing power should be a core goal of our corporate capital strategy. If Bitcoin's monetary properties continue to prove durable, it may offer a way to protect shareholder capital from hidden loss via monetary dilution. This is a long-ass article. Okay. I was like, God. I lost my place. Tactical advice. Consider previewing custom KPIs you intend to use post-acquisition. Use historical data, model what your balance sheet would have looked like over the last 5 years had Bitcoin been a part of it. Be ready with why not gold. Slide this will come up. Phase 2, communicating after you've acted. Once you've acquired Bitcoin, the focus shifts from justification to execution. At this stage, communication must reinforce consistency, discipline, and ongoing alignment with shareholder interest. The goal here is not to talk about Bitcoin, but to integrate it seamlessly into your capital management narrative, just like you would with debt buybacks or capex. Core message 1, reinforcing the strategic intent. Every public appearance or report is a chance to reinforce that this was not a one-off trade. It's a part of cohesive long-term capital strategy. What to communicate, reaffirm your thesis and how it fits the current macro backdrop. Explain the decision is being evaluated over time, not quarter for quarter. Position Bitcoin as a core reserve, not a growth asset or a speculative trade. Our thesis hasn't changed. We continue to hold Bitcoin as a reserve asset with long duration optionality. While short-term volatility is expected, we evaluate performance over years, not quarters. Tactical advice, use consistent reoccurring language across calls, filings, and media. Train execs and IR leads to default to the long-term narrative, even in volatile markets. Have a prepared statement for both upswings and drawdowns. Don't improvise. Core message 2, demonstrating operational and risk discipline. This is where you shift from we plan to manage it responsibly to here's how we are managing it. What to communicate, Bitcoin acquired, current holdings and unrealized gains and losses, custody arrangements and any updates to control. If relevant, sales, impairments, charges, or changes in policy. The KPIs you're using to measure Bitcoin performance. Example, as of quarter end, we hold 8,000 Bitcoin with a blended acquisition cost of 22,400. Our assets are held in multi-institutional custody arrangements with restricted executive access, reviewed quarterly by our audit committee. Include Bitcoin performance in the same section of reports as other capital deployment efforts. Publish your Bitcoin treasury policy or summary in your investor FAQ. Create a public dashboard or static page for Bitcoin holdings and disclosures. Core message 3, trying results to shareholder value. Investors want to know this strategy is working, but unlike earnings, dividends, or margins, the feedback loop is no longer and less direct. That's why clear Bitcoin native KPIs are critical. Whether Bitcoin per share is rising, whether Bitcoin gains are accretive net of dilution, how Bitcoin holdings compare to liabilities or operational float, whether this holding is contributed to optionality or capital access. Since initiating our strategy, Bitcoin per share has increased 19% with no material shareholder dilution. Our Bitcoin remains above 1.5. Bitcoin rating, meaning our Bitcoin holdings cover more than 100% of notional liabilities. Tactical advice, provide year-over-year comparisons using your internal KPIs, build an appendix or downloadable deck explaining the metrics in plain English. Reinforce that this isn't about speculation, it's about owning strategic reserve capital that performs across market regimes. This is great. This is like a whole article on how to just be a Bitcoin treasury. Interesting. Practical communication channels and tactics. Whether pre or post acquisition, use consistent, credible messaging across your communication stack. Shareholder letters, lay out the big picture strategy and why it matters. Board presentations. Include macro context, risk frameworks, and scenario modeling. Earnings calls, reinforce key messaging each quarter. Don't let price volatility. Good lord, I suck at reading right now. Don't let price volatility steer the conversation. Investor decks include treasury strategy alongside operational and financial highlights. Media interviews shape the narrative. Don't leave interpretation to headlines. That's like what GameStop's doing, just leaving it to the headlines. That's the best. Anticipate and address common concerns. Pre and post acquisition, shareholders will ask hard questions. Anticipating them strengthens your credibility. Isn't Bitcoin too volatile for a public company? Short-term volatility exists, but we're focused on long-term preservation of purchasing power and strengthening our capital basis over cycles. Why not use ETFs or indirect exposure? Direct ownership provides 24/7 liquidity, eliminates fund level risks, and gives us full control over the asset. Does this distract you from core business? Not at all. Capital strategy is part of our fiduciary duty. Bitcoin is not a pivot, it's an enhancement to our balance sheet management. Conclusion: communicating a corporate Bitcoin strategy isn't a one time announcement, it's an ongoing narrative, one that begins before you act and continues well after. The companies that will lead in the new era of capital strategy aren't just the ones that buy Bitcoin, they're the ones that explain why clearly, execute responsibly, and report transparently. Get the message right, and you create trust, alignment, and long term shareholder value. That's a good article. That's cool. Very cool. See, literally anyone can do it, bro. Any business could do this. Or anyone could start a business and do this. It's kind of interesting. I don't know how worth it would be if you only had like 6 figures though. I feel like you would need millions, but I don't know. I guess if it really truly works out in the long term, I guess it will be millions if you invest enough or if you can raise enough capital to make it worth it. But I don't know why anyone would like buy into some random person's treasury company when they could buy just like MSTR, GameStop or something, or just buy Bitcoin itself. I don't know. Who knows? I guess it could be like a start of a business though. Like if you ever want to make a business in the future, you could start with this and then who knows? Who knows? So many things. So many things. You could be a Pokemon selling company. Oh wait, that's GameStop. That I was gonna say a Pokemon selling company that acquires Bitcoin, but that's literally GameStop. So yeah. GameStop's communication strategy, zip. For real though, literally. I mean, it's the best. I think it's the best way to go. All right, I want to read this one, and then we'll read something else besides Bitcoin articles for a minute. Kraken partners with MasterCard to bring Bitcoin payments to over 150 million merchants. MasterCard has announced a landmark partnership with Kraken to enable real-world Bitcoin and crypto payments at scale across the UK and Europe. The collaboration aims to allow Kraken's users to spend their digital assets at over 150 million merchants worldwide that accept MasterCard, marking a major step forward in the integration of Bitcoin in everyday commerce. MasterCard is committed to driving innovation and expanding the possibilities of digital payments. Our partnership with Kraken is a concrete demonstration of this as we work together to unlock the true potential of crypto assets for everyday use. With a shared ambition to simplify, interoperate, and secure the digital asset ecosystem, we're proud to collaborate with Kraken and bring real value to their user base. Kraken, one of the most established cryptocurrency exchanges with over 15 million customers globally, is using MasterCard's expansive payment infrastructure to expand its product suite. This includes the rapid rollout of physical and digital debit cards that connect crypto balances to retail spending. The partnership also builds on the growing momentum of Kraken Pay, a feature introduced by the exchange to offer fast, boardless payments in cryptocurrencies and fiat currencies. In just 3 months since its launch, more than 200,000 users have activated their personal Krak tag to send money worldwide with the simplicity of sending a text. Crypto is transforming the payment industry, and we envision a future where global commerce and everyday payments are powered by crypto assets. Our customer wants to be able to easily pay for real-world goods and services with their cryptocurrencies or stablecoins. Our partnership with MasterCard is a major step in realizing this vision. Together, we will unlock the full potential of crypto assets in everyday life, ensuring their long-term relevance and utility. Kraken users in the UK and Europe can now join the waitlist for the upcoming crypto debit cards and start preparing for their Bitcoin and day-to-day spending, signaling a new chapter in the mainstream adoption of Bitcoin as a functional payment tool. Last year, MasterCard partnered with exchange Mercado Bitcoin to launch its MasterCard crypto credentials enabling its first peer-to-peer pilot transactions using aliases instead of the long and complex blockchain addresses. They even have an ad for it. It obtains an alias to send and receive funds across all supported exchanges. When a user initiates a transfer, MasterCard crypto credentials verifies the recipient's alias is valid. And that's the recipient's wallet, supports the digital asset and associated blockchain. Then simply submit your transaction with the assurance that your funds are going where you need them. Okay. All right, this article might be kind of funny. Let's see. I won't read the headline. As we hurl ourselves as a species headfirst in the dystopian worlds of the 1980s sci-fi movies, it seems only appropriate that we should see people responding to the tech-driven maelstrom by the playing role of vandal hackers. So is that Silicon Valley crosswalks are currently playing satirical messages in the voice of Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Hi, this is Mark Zuckerberg, but real ones call me the Zuck, begins one Palo Alto crosswalk voice message. Wait, there's a video? Let's just watch the video. What are we doing with our lives?
It is in fact. Dun, 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 Wait. Dun, dun. It is in fact.
Hi, this is Elon Musk. Welcome to Palo Alto, the home of Tesla engineering. You know, they say money can't buy happiness, and yeah, okay. I guess that's true. God knows I've tried. But it can buy a Cybertruck, and that's pretty sick, right? Right? Fuck, I'm so alone.
It's real.
Hi, this is Mark Zuckerberg, but real ones call me the Zuck. You know, it's normal to feel uncomfortable or even violated as we forcefully insert AI into every facet of your conscious experience. And I just want to assure you, you don't need to worry, because there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it. Anyway, see ya.
Because there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it. Oh, that's good. All right, well, that saves us from reading this article. So that's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. All right. Waymo will start testing its self-driving taxis in Tokyo next week. On April 14th, Waymo will start testing its robo-taxi technology outside the US for the first time. The company will deploy 25 of its electric Jaguar I-Pace vehicles in Tokyo for the initial phase of its testing program. Waymo is taking it slow and will not be operating them without a driver behind the wheel yet. However, drivers from Tokyo taxi company Nihon Katsuko will be driving the cars around Kyoto, Minato, Shinjuku, and 4 other wards in the Japanese capital. The cameras and radars equipped on the I-Pace vehicles will collect data on Tokyo's roads, which are typically narrower than the roads in the US. They'll provide the company with information on local infrastructure, road conditions, and the driving patterns of the locals. It's important for us to understand the difference in driving environment, what makes the driving here unique, said Nicole Gavel in the city. During an event in the Waymo will have to adjust its software according to the driving conditions and the capital rules. Gavel said that Waymo is focused on the testing for now, but would love to have a business in Tokyo in the future, but that's probably a long ways away. After the initial mapping phase, Waymo will still have to conduct autonomous driving tests with a driver behind the wheel, then tests without a driver on board. Sounds Waymo safe. I feel way more safe. That show is funny. I did see that. I did see that Danny Duncan video. I'm not saying women are bad at driving, but I'd feel way more safe. But I'd feel way more safe at a Waymo. Watch it. You gotta admit, that's a good joke. You gotta admit it. Alright, Apple is reportedly working on 2 new versions of Vision Pro. Apple hasn't abandoned its previously rumored plans to release a less expensive Vision Pro. Mark Gurman reports in the Power On newsletter this weekend that the company has 2 new models in development, one that's lighter and cheaper than the first generation headset, and one that would tether to a Mac. While Apple had once considered the latter setup for AR glasses, it shifted the idea over to the Vision Pro so it can create an ultra low latency system for streaming a user's Mac display or for connecting to high-end enterprise applications. Apple's ultimate goal, though, is reportedly to create AR glasses that are practical and comfortable enough to be worn like regular glasses, and the next iteration of the Vision Pro are seen as steps towards getting there. Gurman reports that Apple CEO Tim Cook is hell-bent on creating an industry-leading product before Meta can. Interesting. Short article, but kind of interesting. Alright, OpenAI prepares to send GPT-4 out to pasture. GPT-4, OpenAI's first big upgrade to ChatGPT months after unleashing it on the world, is on its way out. A changelog the company published on Thursday said the model will be retired from ChatGPT on April 30th. GPT-4o, which has been available since last May, will fully replace it. Despite GPT-4's significance in modern AI's brief but world-changing history, its sunsetting isn't a great loss for customers. OpenAI says GPT-4o improves on writing, coding, and STEM. Recent upgrades have boosted the newer model further, enhancing its instruction following, problem solving, and conversational flow. Company describes the multi-model GPT-4o as the natural successor to the soon-to-be retired GPT-4. Despite its upcoming removal from ChatGPT, API users will still be able to access GPT-4 after April 30th. The announcement comes as OpenAI reportedly prepares a slew of new models for launch. Reverse engineer Tibor Bloho posted images on Friday that seemingly confirmed that O3, O4 Mini, and GPT 4.1, including Nano and Mini offshoots models, are in the pipeline. February, the company introduced a research preview of GPT 4.5, a better, more natural conversationalist that will serve as a stepping stone to GPT-5. OpenAI's release notes include a nod to the role GPT-4 played in the company's development. GPT-4 marked a pivotal moment in ChatGPT's evolution, the note reads. We're grateful for the breakthroughs it enabled, and for the feedback that helped shape its successor. GPT 4.0 builds on that foundation to deliver an even greater capability, consistency, and creativity. Tesla halts Model S and X sales in China due to tariffs. The never-ending Trump tariff saga continues. Tesla has halted Model S and X sales in China. These particular vehicles are imported to the country from the U.S., so they are impacted by a 125% tariff on goods flowing into China. This was enacted by China in response to President Trump placing a 145% tariff on imported goods from the country. This isn't a huge deal for Tesla, as the high-end Model S and X are some of the company's least popular vehicles in the region. It's still selling off pre-existing inventory, but the models will be unavailable after that. The more affordable Model 3 and Model Y vehicles are actually made at Tesla's Shanghai Gigafactory, so they aren't impacted by the tariffs. Trump tariffs on China and the ones the country has put on the US in response could seriously harm the EV industry here in the States. The European Union has been thinking about opening up its doors to more Chinese electric vehicles, which would likely ding American automakers. Many Chinese-made EVs are significantly more budget-friendly than their American-made counterparts. For instance, the BYD Seagull hatchback would cost just $9,600 in the US dollars. Chinese EV manufacturers are also making strides in the world of autonomous driving. As for the tariffs, who knows what the future will bring. Maybe they'll go away tomorrow, or maybe Trump will whip out his poison pen and increase them tenfold. What a nice, predictable world we live in. And we are ripping. There were so many articles up. I mean, a lot of them are really short, so it makes sense. But NVIDIA to mass produce AI supercomputers in Texas as part of $500 billion US push. NVIDIA, the AI chipmaker that powers much of today's AI boom, on Monday announced a push to produce NVIDIA AI supercomputers entirely in the US for the first time. Company said it plans to produce up to $500 billion of AI infrastructure in the U.S. via its manufacturing partnership over the next 4 years. Adding American manufacturing helps us better meet the incredible and growing demand for AI chips and supercomputers, strengthens our supply chain, and boosts our resiliency. CEO Huang said. The news come after President Trump in a push to take on trade deficits and pressure companies to onshore more manufacturing in the U.S., imposed high reciprocal tariffs on a long list of countries. Trump placed a 32% tariff on products from Taiwan, where NVIDIA largely manufactures its GPUs, and 145% tariffs on products from China, a move that threatened to take a toll on tech giants like Apple, which makes iPhones and the most of its other products in China. But things changed quickly on Friday evening. Trump exempted chips as well as smartphones and computers and other tech devices and components from the reciprocal tariffs. On Sunday, he reportedly said he would announce tariffs on imported semiconductors within the weeks. NVIDIA wrote in a blog post that it has commissioned more than 1 million square feet of manufacturing space. Its Blackwell AI chips have started production in Phoenix, Arizona, at Taiwan Semiconductors plants. In Arizona, NVIDIA will also partner with Amkor and Siliconware Precision Industry, which provide chip packaging and testing services. NVIDIA designs its graphics processing units, or GPUs, but outsources its chips production to contract manufacturers like TSMC. NVIDIA is also building manufacturing plants for its supercomputers in Texas, partnering with Foxconn in Houston, and with Wistron, in Dallas. The company wrote it expects to reach mass production at both facilities within 12 to 15 months. Help design and operate the manufacturing plants, NVIDIA will use its own technology to create digital twins of the factories and build robots for specialized automation. Company declined further comment. What's up, Kev? Alright, I want to see what this article is about. The Social Security Administration is reportedly moving all official communication to X. Social Security Administration is planning to stop issuing press releases and move all of its official communication to X. The change is happening amidst cuts at the department directed by Doge. We're no longer planning to issue press releases or those dear colleague letters to inform the media and public about our programmatic and service changes. SSA Regional Manager Linda Kerr Davis reportedly told staff in a meeting. Instead, the agency will be using X to communicate to the press and the public. Like any other government organization, the SSA uses press releases to inform the public and update employees about any changes they should be aware of. That could be simpler things like correcting the record on how the SSA's death record works, to more vital updates like changes being made to how the SSA does identity verification. The SSA using X for official announcements will do little to dissuade anyone who sees Elon Musk's presence in the government as a way to benefit him and his companies. X is not most retirees' preferred social media app, nor is it reasonable to expect them to know how to make an account. Moving official communication there makes it more likely elderly people will miss important updates. That fits with Doge's other moves, though. The department reportedly cut jobs at the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, which has butted heads with Musk's Tesla and has a plan to deploy a custom government chatbot. Oh, GameStop's dropping. Nice. Well, I'm going to buy my 50 shares back, I think. Well, start buying my shares back at least. Market looks sus, but whatever. Start scaling back in. Even though this is literally where I sold. I just, you know how it goes. I usually always sell more than I want to sell. So it's a good place to scale back in, I guess. We'll see how low it goes. Sounds like my kind of article. Yeah, I saved this one for you, I guess. I guess there's a reason why you missed all the other Bitcoin articles I read. I read a bunch of crypto articles earlier. I don't think you were here, but there were some good ones. There's some good ones on this Bitcoin magazine website. There was one literally like telling you how to be a Bitcoin treasury company, or like how to present it to your shareholders. It was kind of interesting. But why Trump tariffs can't fix the broken fiat system. Trump's American First platform, which he built his successful campaign around, promised to reconfigure global trade in favor of the U.S. This involved encouraging businesses to manufacture domestically, bringing jobs, industry, and prosperity back to parts of the country that liberalized trade and outsourcing left behind. The U.S. had, or so the argument goes, become more and more reliant on competitively priced imports that were often manufactured by countries where labor and transportation is much cheaper. This led to the emergence of Rust Belt states in which blue-collar workers saw their living standards decline, whilst the cities they lived in were hollowed out. The chosen tactic for this grand economic reconfiguration, it seems, is trade tariffs. By imposing tariffs on foreign goods, especially Chinese imports, Trump hopes to make it more expensive for consumers to buy products that are made abroad, and for companies to outsource manufacturing. This, he claims, will breathe life back into the U.S. industrial heartland and make the country more self-sufficient in times of crisis. It will also reduce the trade deficit, making the U.S. less vulnerable to currency manipulation, which Trump accuses China of, and less dependent on consumption. Another critical aspect of Trump's tariff policy is its effect on the U.S. dollar. By imposing tariffs on the foreign imports, Trump hopes to weaken the dollar, since global demand for the dollar will decline as a result. As such, this would make American-made products more competitive in the global market, which in turn will boost exports. This, Trump hopes, would provide long-term stability and prosperity for the American economy and reward blue-collar voters who overwhelmingly backed him. However, not only do tariffs have serious economic drawbacks that make their success uncertain, they also fail to address the root cause of the problem. Tariffs are essentially taxes on imported goods, and while they may benefit some domestic producers in the short term by making foreign goods more expensive, they also increase the cost of imports for the U.S. consumer and businesses. These higher costs, combined with potential retaliatory tariffs from trading partners, could hurt U.S. consumers, who would face higher prices on the range of goods, from electronics to clothing, which would hurt economic growth. In fact, China has already announced a retaliatory tariff of 34%. They're even considering not enforcing U.S. intellectual property rights, which could have a devastating impact on U.S. businesses. The European Union, as well as India and Turkey, are also preparing countermeasures which will harm U.S. exports. Whilst the U.S. does have a huge domestic market that the entire world wants to tap into, the U.S. businesses are also heavily reliant on consumer markets around the world. Tariffs can have unpredictable consequences since there are so many moving parts, and as such, they are no quick fix for the economic woes of the U.S. Furthermore, it is not possible to simply revitalize domestic industry overnight after decades of outsourcing. High-quality manufacturing requires significant investment in machinery, skilled workers, and infrastructure, all of which have been in steep decline in the U.S., whilst countries like China have been forging ahead. This gaping chasm cannot be narrowed in a few short years. The increased adoption of automation and AI also means domestic manufacturing is less likely to bring jobs and economic prosperity back to depressed parts of the U.S., since these technological advancements reduce dependence on physical labor. Even if there were suddenly a lot more blue-collar jobs in Rust Belt states, they would not have the desired effect Trump supporters are hoping for. The average salary for a blue-collar worker in the U.S. is around $53,000, which after a tax amounts to $3,300 a month. The average monthly rent is around $1,750. The average monthly health insurance is around $700. The average monthly food bill is around $350, and on average, utility bills amount to around $600. In other words, this average salary is barely enough to let a single worker live, let alone raise a family or support a partner. The real challenge facing the U.S. economy can be traced back to a much deeper issue: the decoupling of the U.S. dollar from the gold standard in 1971. Before this, the U.S. dollar was tied to gold, meaning the government could only issue as much currency as it had in reserves. This system imposed natural limits on money supply and kept inflation under control. When President Nixon ended the dollar's convertibility into gold, it allowed the U.S. government to print money freely without any backing, leading to the rise of fiat currency. Fiat currencies are not backed by any physical commodity, which essentially renders them government-issued IOUs. While such a system offers flexibility in the short term, it leads to inflation over time. As more money is printed to fund government spending and cover national debts, the purchasing power of each dollar diminishes. In practice, this means everyday goods and services become more expensive, while wages rarely keep pace with rising prices, making it harder for people to maintain their standard of living. This is why the average blue-collar worker could buy a house, run a car, and raise a family quite comfortably in the 1980s, but cannot do so today. Quantity is a quality all of its own, as the saying goes. What the U.S. really needs is an alternative to fiat in a form of currency whose value is determined by market forces rather than government policies. Such a currency can provide a hedge against the inflationary pressures that have been exacerbated by decades of fiat monetary policy. It can also cultivate the conditions for fairer trade and stabilize the global economy by providing an alternative store of value that is free from the whims of central banks, traditional banking systems, and currency exchange rates. Fortunately, such a currency does exist in the form of Bitcoin. The Trump trade tariffs are unlikely to achieve the desired goals of revitalizing the Rust Belt or solving the deeper systematic problems with the American economy. This is because they do not address the core issue that has led to a decline in living standards, namely inflationary pressures caused by fiat currency and constant money printing. To address these challenges, fundamental shift in the way we approach monetary policy may be necessary, and in Bitcoin, with its decentralized nature and limited supply, there is now a viable alternative. Gotcha. I bought 10 shares at the start of the day, thinking I'm kind of satisfied with my GME position. Kind of just want to start throwing 100 at Bitcoin weekly until I have 1 Bitcoin. Oh, 0.1 Bitcoin. You do you, my friend. I think I don't know. I just think GameStop's the better bet. I think if Bitcoin doubles, GameStop's gonna triple or more. And then you could just buy more Bitcoin then. I don't know. That's just my thinking, I guess. I'm thinking about like, what if you start a S corp like literally today and start buying Bitcoin? That's like kind of interesting. Or a C corp, I guess. I think it's kind of I think there's a lot of fees that go along with having a C corp, but still it's kind of an interesting idea. Around 6,024. No, we are not today. Not today. Only for large settlements. It doesn't have the throughput for lots of small transactions. Oil, gas, weed, etc. Sure, why not? What do you mean by it doesn't have the throughput for a lot of smaller transactions? I only asked because I watched like a Michael Saylor thing back when they first said they were going to buy the Bitcoin. He was talking about how when we have like robots and stuff, Bitcoin's going to be the way you're going to be able to have a lot of those things take transactions because it's so instantaneous and they can communicate so fast. But I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I'm just curious why you say that. But like someone else says that that's like one of the potential uses for it. Issues mentioned in this article, they like to be able to print money when it suits them. They can't print Bitcoin. Which the US relies on those cheap goods. Oi! Oi! I think it's pretty easy to start a C corporation too. I've looked into it before. Tax-paying entity, a corporation conducts blah blah blah. No, I don't think you would want to do this as a individual person. Could be interesting though. For sure. Has a block time, transaction time. The average for Bitcoin is like 5 to 7 transactions per second. They're working on layer 2 solutions. Bitcoin is spaghetti code. It's really hard to introduce updates without bugs. Sailor's just talking his bag. That's fair. That's fair. More likely an alt would handle AI and stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, I'm freaking cooked right now, dude. I did a shit ton of landscaping yesterday. I had like a bunch of rock that I picked up last summer, or like at the end of last summer. I just got like a shit ton of rock for free. And I have this just like this dirt spot on the side of my house. And I've been replacing it with the rock. And it was a lot more work than I thought it was gonna be. It's kind of funny. A Bitcoin transaction could cost $5. Not much fun if you only want to spend $2. That's fair. I thought the Bitcoin transaction would be cheaper, but I didn't think there was fees for like sending Bitcoin. I guess I don't think I've ever done it. I'm trying to think. I think I've sent like Bitcoin from one wallet to another, like of my own, but I can't remember if there was a fee to that or not. Depends how busy the market is. I've seen ETH spike to 300 in a bull market. Interesting. Huh. Very interesting, sir. All right, let's see if we got any other. GameStop stores will reportedly have 100 Switch 2 units at launch. There's something. There's something. I assume nothing on the investor website. Yeah, nothing's really moving. I mean, since GameStop started selling off, the market went up a little bit. Seems. It seems. Yeah, consumer discretionary is down. Look at like current payment channels, not one single one, Visa, PayPal, etc., etc. Capable of running all trade capacity wise. Not one single blockchain could do it either. I don't know if I know what you mean by that, but I think I get it. Alright, GameStop stores will reportedly have 100 Switch 2 units at launch. There's plenty of hype still for Nintendo. Earlier this month, we had a big Nintendo Direct presentation. That presentation was all about the Nintendo Switch 2 console, the games coming for it, and some peripherals. However, it hasn't been all positive news since then. Concerns quickly flooded the web for those located in the US when tariffs threatened to the availability of the console. Now we're finding out just how many units we can expect at GameStop stores. This isn't an official report from Nintendo or GameStop. However, on X, there was a post from Nintendo that noted that some GameStop sources chimed in on the console launch. According to the report, most GameStop stores will have about 100 Switch 2 console units available at launch. It's worth focusing on the fact that this is the majority of the stores mentioned. You might find some stores will have far fewer console units. That said, the same report noted that while there will be 100 units potentially available at the GameStop stores, there will be far fewer games and accessories. We're not sure just how many units will be available according to the report, but it looks like most games might be purchased digitally around the launch of Switch 2. Again, take this report as nothing more than a rumor right now. So far, there's been no statement on the matter from Nintendo or GameStop. That said, it wasn't long ago we finally learned when those of us in the United States can even pre-order a console, which you can read more about that right here. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Maybe I'll be able to get one. Fix the price with it. Interesting. Alright. Apple, Google, Cash App, Illum's ditch big tech to build on Bitcoin, fueled by VC money and friendly White House. On Friday morning last spring, Mark Sunman called out sick from his job as a senior engineering project manager at Apple and made his way downtown to a place called the Bitcoin Commons, a sort of clubhouse for enthusiasts of the world's largest cryptocurrency, situated a few blocks south of the Texas state capitol. At the time, Suman was, in his words, an active hobbyist, tinkering with the technology in his spare time. I actually played around with it a bit within Apple as well, he says. There's not a lot I can say, other than we were always exploring new technologies, and so I was playing around with some of the open source Bitcoin tools within Apple and doing some exploratory work. Suman was there for the annual Bitcoin Takeover event. He had followed many of the speakers online, and when he saw the gathering pop up on his feed, he took the day off to see it for himself. I was sitting in the crowd wanting to get into space and really build something new and build something novel. What happened instead was the beginning of a professional pivot. He struck up a conversation with a developer after a talk at the Commons and was introduced to the other coders who were winding down a project called Mutiny. Within a few months, Suman handed in his notice at Apple with the developers he'd met, pivoted into something bigger, co-founding OpenSecret, startup reimagining how user data is stored in the cloud. Instead of relying on decentralized databases, the company encrypts data to each individual user, even after it's uploaded. So if there's a breach, there's nothing to steal, Suman explained, no honeypot. So this is just about this guy's experience at the crypto thing. Good lord, this is fucking long, dude. I don't know if I want to read this. I don't think I care enough for this. That's so crazy. That's insane. Yeah, I'm not reading that. I'm sorry. I'm good. Juan, I've never seen you in here. I'm an MSTR guy. What's GME all about? That's a very broad question, my friend. You want to try dialing the question down to like a more specific thing? Like what? Like that's a very broad question you're asking there. There's at least 100 things. Why are they buying Bitcoin? I mean, there's no exact answer, but to increase the balance sheet, make the balance sheet more valuable, which in turn makes the stock more valuable. But why they're actually buying it, I don't know. Probably the same reason MSTR is buying it, reserve asset. But in my eyes, just to make the balance sheet larger. And if Bitcoin goes up, the profit off of that on the balance sheet would be crazy. They're more than a video game company. All I could say is go look at the balance sheet. That's going to be your best bet. They sell a lot of things. They sell collectibles, they sell cards, they have 5 billion in cash that makes 4% a year. I mean, go look at the balance sheet. that's going to be your best bet. Is go look at the balance sheet. Visa can handle 24,000 transactions per second. Bitcoin 7. Kind of lackluster to be a currency. All right, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm a crypto guy. MSTR was the only stock I ever purchased. So you've never looked at a balance sheet before? Well, you go to sec.gov here. I mean, you can do this with MSTR too. You type in GameStop right here. Go here and go to the 10K right here. The 10K, you know, the 10Q is the quarterly reports, the 10K is the annual report. Go in here, and you can go in here, and you could read about the whole company if you want, or you can go to this interactive data here and just look at the balance sheet, but that's going to be your best move, I think, if you want to build a true story for what's about to happen for that. But yeah, that's how you look up a balance sheet. How you read it, you're going to have to figure that out on your own, but I can give you how to look at it. Or where to look at it, I guess. After 08, you trust Wall Street. I'm not believing any of those forums, all BS numbers. No, they're not. But okay. If you think those are BS numbers, I mean, I don't know what to do for you, my friend. Good luck. Good luck. That shit's funny. Mr. Juan, Mr. Juan, just because you don't know how to read the numbers doesn't mean it's BS. I guess that's all I will say. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean anything. But essentially, stocks are the same risk as crypto. When the market was shitting, crypto was going down with it. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how you think crypto is really any different from the stock market when they're basically the same. Indeed. I mean, I've seen it. Hey, I put you on game, Juan. I put you on game. You know, what you do with it, that's up to you. I don't really care about crypto personally. I care about GameStop. This is a GameStop stream. So, yeah. I put you on game. What you do with it, that's up to you. But good luck, my friend. Good luck on your ventures. I might buy GME if they announce they buy Bitcoin. All right, you do that, buddy. You do that. I'm already in the stock. So I can't wait till all the crypto bros FOMO in. That's very positive for me. Thank you for that. Thank you for that indicator. I like it. I like that indicator right there. Now I know. Now I know the FOMO comes when they actually announce it because all the crypto bros are scared of stocks. I get it now. I get it now. It's all starting to make sense. So you're telling me I don't have enough GameStop, is what you're telling me. I don't have enough. Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate it. I needed that. I forget. I forget how scared people are. The crypto bros will only come when the crypto's actually been purchased. It makes sense. It makes sense. I've heard that a decent amount from the Bitcoin MSTR community waiting on confirmation. Oh, that makes me even more bullish, I feel like. That makes me even more bullish. That's hilarious. Why buy GME now? Could be not good. So who cares? Why buy crypto now? Why do you I don't care about the price. See Juan, I put the bet down and I have the bet in place. I don't think about whether it's going to work out or not. I just place the bet. I don't talk about it. I just do it. Panic buy GME. Hopefully Ryan Cohen hears this. Oh man, that's just see, I often forget. I often forget how negative the sentiment on GameStop is, so it makes sense why the crypto bros would be waiting for the actual confirmation, even though they already told you they're gonna do it. Yeah, like I said, Juan, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean anything. So you can say whatever you want, but you're just showing your ignorance and your that you don't understand the stock market. So if you want to, I'm gonna time you out here in a little bit if you keep being like kind of weird and kind of negative. But if you want to, contribute something positive to the chat and stick around, I'm cool with that. But I'm giving you your warning now. You will get clapped if you continue to be negative because nobody cares. Just like I said, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. How much GME you got? A lot. How many stocks you got? A lot. How many shares you purchase? A lot. How many options you got? A lot. How many corporate bonds you got? A lot. How much Bitcoin you got? A lot. Do I like Bitcoin? No. You can ask anyone here. Honestly hate Bitcoin, but I love GameStop, so. uh, but I've become more accepting of Bitcoin, for sure. I've definitely become more accepting, but ultimately I don't give a shit about Bitcoin. I just think the corporate bond strategy is interesting, and I think it could work. And even if it doesn't work, GameStop's on a GameStop, the company, is on a good enough path to be able to hedge that bet. What the shit? Goldman Sachs tops estimate on boom in equity trading revenue. Didn't that happen with another bank last week too? Like Wells Fargo or something? Gotta run. Alright, Jared, you have a good one, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your day. Appreciate you always supporting the stream. How much GME you got? A lot. How many stocks you got? A lot. How much Bitcoin you got? A lot. How many options you got? A lot. What is this? This isn't real. Blue Origin launches an all-female celebrity crew with Katy Perry, Gayle King, and Lauren Sanchez. Like, Katy Perry? What? She's going to... Where are they going? Where are they going? Alright, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin launched his fiancée Lauren Sanchez into space Monday with an all-female celebrity crew that included Katy Perry and Gayle King. It was the latest wave in space tour. Oh, it's space tourism, okay. Where more of the rich and famous than ever before, or lucky and well connected, can enter the zero gravity realm traditionally dominated by professional astronauts. The New Shepard rocket blasted off and on the quick up and down trip from West Texas. The fringes of space beckon some 65 miles up, promising a few precious minutes of weightlessness. Okay, it's not as interesting as I thought then. I don't want to continue reading that. I thought they sent Katy Perry to the moon, bro. I thought they sent Katy Perry to the moon. I was thinking about you clapping that guy that tried to make a joke with an oldies song reference that didn't land. That shit has me laughing. You know what's funny? He made a fucking comment on the video too. And I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry, I don't know music from 1968. My bad, bro. Maybe you should have better references. References that are, 2025. Someone from 2025 would actually be able to relate with. Not fucking 1968. Oh, is the stream host a ban happy man? I get banned. I just don't like when people are negative in the chat. That's all. You only get banned if you deserve to get banned. I always give warnings first. Usually. I mean, that day I think I was just kind of annoyed and I was banning everyone. But and you don't get banned anyway. You get timed out for 24 hours. Big deal. But yeah, I only ban people who are annoying or negative. Or if I'm in a bad mood, maybe, maybe you come in here and you get banned for saying something stupid, but, that happens. It happens. Can't all be perfect. They mean passengers, obviously. Yeah, that was a very misleading article. Very misleading. Auto stocks rise as Trump says he wants to help some car companies. Are you all GME Ape Lord Lambo drivers or whatever you call yourselves? I mean, I'm just someone who invests in GameStop. I don't even relate with a lot of that stuff. I just think GameStop's the best investment going forward. And I mean, I would say the past month it's definitely proved to be that. If you're looking at the rest of the market and crypto. I mean, unless you're like in Fartcoin or something, then you're probably crushing, but not many crypto coins that are doing that well. Or stocks. And GameStop's kind of just chilling. But yeah, I just invest in GameStop. I'm a day trader who happened to learn about GameStop and get sucked into it, and now we're here. Sounds like he knows more about GameStop than most. I ain't heard of that shit. Yeah, dude, that's why there's so much negative sentiment on GameStop, is because this is the views people have of it. It's a meme stock. All the investors are fucking, apes. Like, people don't get it, bro. They just hear something or they read something one time and that's what they believe. They don't actually fucking read into the story and see what this is all about. I mean, Juan is giving you a good example of your typical like crypto bro and how they view GameStop. And I'm not, no offense, Mr. Juan, but you are being a very good reference for that. Like Kev83's, strictly just a crypto guy, but he's been here for a while. He understands the GameStop story. So, he doesn't really talk about it that much, but very interesting. I learned about GME last May from MSTR people. Interesting. But I mean, depending how long you've been in the market, if you were around in 2020 to 2021, you should know more than that. So, are you pretty new to the market then as well? Cuz you're just now hearing about GameStop? That just makes me think you're like new to the market. There's no way if you've been around for at least 5 years you haven't heard of GameStop. There's absolutely no way. Okay, all right. Shares of automakers jumped during midday trading Monday following Trump saying he's looking to help some car companies. Automakers need a little bit of time to move their production to the US, Trump said during a meeting Monday. I'm looking for something to help some of the car companies where they're switching to parts that were made in China, Canada, Mexico, and other places. And they need a little bit of time because they're going to make them here, Trump said. But they need a little bit of time, so I'm talking about things like that. The comments pushed Stocks such as Ford Motor Company, General Motors, and Chrysler higher, swinging from trading levels are negative to being up 1% and 4%. Shares of Rivian also were up 3%. Shares of automakers such as Toyota Motor and Honda Motor were up less than 2%. Trump comments after he implemented automotive tariffs on imported vehicles of 25%. Despite reducing tariffs on most countries last week and giving tech companies such as Apple exemptions from levies over the weekend, the automotive tariffs have remained in effect. Automakers have responded to the tariffs in a variety of ways. Manufacturers that are mostly domesticated, such as Ford and Stellantis, have announced temporary deals for employee pricing, while others, such as British carmaker Jaguar Land Rover, have seized U.S. shipments. Hyundai Motor also said it would not raise prices for at least 2 months to ease consumer concerns. I'm from Indonesia. 5 years ago, I didn't have spare money to invest. I don't pay much attention then. Interesting. Interesting, yeah. 5 years ago, GameStop had one of the most, if not the most, well, yeah, definitely one of the most insane short squeezes to ever happen in the market. And then now, 4 years later, I guess, because we've been here for a while, GameStop's becoming a company that was losing hundreds of millions of dollars to now becoming profitable and becoming a Bitcoin treasury asset, and a lot of interesting things. It's a very, very interesting story. I would recommend, I'm not going to recommend you buy the stock. You do whatever you want on that front, but I would recommend looking into the story and, seeing everything. It's a very interesting story. And there's a lot. So much research you could do. See if there's any more of these articles here that could be interesting. Whoa, what's this? Bill Miller. Bill Miller's a value investor, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Protocol has some limitation.
Maybe not. Maybe he's someone else. Maybe he's from someone. I've heard that name before, though. He started with a 1% position in GameStop. Isn't Bill Miller like the owner of a hedge fund though? Maybe we'll watch this video later. If we run out of things, could be a good video to watch, and we could see. Is this on the Bitcoin magazine?
Protocol has some limitations. One thing.
Have they done any other videos on GameStop besides that one chick? Damn, these guys post a lot. I don't even remember when that one video was posted on here. Trying to find her. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, that girl. Let's see if they've posted any other things. No, just that Bill Miller one. You just have that video. Definitely could be worth watching, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll Maybe I'll go make some food here in a minute and I'll have that playing in the background. I'm thinking we get a hot chick Bitcoin magazine interview with Ryan Cohen during the Bitcoin conference end of May. You think? I think Ryan's gonna keep being hush hush until they actually start doing something. I don't know. That's tough to say. It would be cool, but I just gotta. I don't know. I just feel like they're gonna be so. They've been so hush. You think they're just gonna flip and all of a sudden start coming out? I don't know. That's hard to say. That could be an interesting article. I'm sure all the crypto people in the chat have already read all of these, but I have not. Oh. There's so many interesting articles on here. This one's, I remember seeing that article. That one's really interesting. Let's see what else we got. Maybe that one. I don't know. I'm just looking. I'm just clicking on articles that could be good. BlackRock launches Bitcoin ETP. Oh, exchange traded product. Okay. It's basically an ETF. HK Asia Holdings becomes first in China to adopt Bitcoin treasury. Eric Trump joins Metaplanet's board of advisors. All right, good enough. Good enough. I've got a bunch of articles now. I don't know if I'll read all of them, but cheese. Hot chicks and Bitcoin. Now we're talking. I mean, we talk about Bitcoin sometimes. Every now and then. Ryan Cohen already deleted his tweet from earlier. Really? Interesting. That's funny. Wasn't last time he was deleting tweets, the stock like ran quite a bit? Or something like that. He did that YOLO tweet and deleted it or whatever. I think that was the only time he's ever like posted a tweet and deleted it, isn't it? Well, besides the one like way, way back. Kind of odd. Nothing there. Yeah, all we got is Bitcoin articles, so. All we have is Bitcoin articles. Good lord, they're so long too. Holy. Alright, I'm not reading that one. Holy shit, dude. All these articles are so ridiculous. Good lord. Seen what happened to Mantra? An altcoin? Nah. I've only seen the... I always see Fartcoin when I log in, and I finally looked at the chart, and I was like, holy shit. Why is Fartcoin just absolutely crushing? Mantra? OM? Is this what you're talking about? OM? Oh, wow. So this was... That's crazy. This thing got absolutely clapped. What happened? Jesus Christ. That's terrible. That's ugly. Quite ugly. Was it a rug pull or what? Cascading liquidations are more likely. Pure scam. Jeez. Wait, did I already read this one? God, these crypto articles are long. I don't know which one to even read first. This is a shorter one. Let's read this one. Proposed bipartisan legislation recognizes Bitcoin as a technology that supports democracy. On Wednesday, the Office of Representative Gme Ammo issued a press release stating that Rep. Ammo and Rep. Kim reintroduced a bipartisan resolution supporting the use of distributive ledger technologies, including blockchain, to support democratic governance, human rights, freedom of information, transparency, and innovation around the world. The resolution urges federal agencies to explore and support DLT and expresses Congress' commitment to advancing responsible innovation on this technological front. Rep. Kim commented on the importance of this technology in the press release. U.S. leadership is emerging technologies like blockchain not only improve Americans' lives, but also help us advance transparency in the U.S. foreign assistance, human rights, and freedom across the globe. This legislation is vital, especially as we see the Chinese Communist Party exporting its surveillance technologies and authoritarianism abroad. I am proud to join Congressman Ammo to lead this bipartisan resolution to ensure the United States shines a beacon of hope, freedom, and innovation on the world stage. The press release also cited how in Screven County, Georgia, the Bitcoin blockchain was used to safeguard election results and provide transparency to voters. Simple Proof, the company that helps Screven County officials commit its vote tallies to the immutable Bitcoin blockchain, also recently helped Republicans in Williamson County, Tennessee, do the same with the results of its Republican leadership vote. Simple Proof put itself on the map when it helped to secure the results of the most recent presidential election in Guatemala, the story of which is told in the short documentary Immutable Democracy. Thanks to the vote tallies from the election being safeguarded on the Bitcoin blockchain, the integrity of the election was upheld, despite efforts made to tamper with physical votes once voting had concluded. The work that the company has done both in the U.S. and abroad is a testament to the point Rep. Ammo made in the press release. Innovative technology like blockchain helps promote transparency and strengthen democratic institutions around the world. While the press release provided evidence of the Bitcoin blockchain being used to preserve democratic values, it didn't differentiate between Bitcoin and other blockchains, many of which by design are less secure. These Bitcoin articles are crazy. Alright, here's another short one. HK Asia Holdings becomes first in China to adopt Bitcoin treasury. HK Asia Holdings, soon to be renamed Moon Inc., has made its history as the first publicly traded company in Greater China to adopt a Bitcoin treasury strategy. In a recent discussion hosted by Alan Helm of Bitcoin for Corporations, new CEO John Riggins outlined the company's pivot, its regulatory alignment with Hong Kong, and the broader momentum building across Asia. Riggins, a longtime Bitcoin advocate with extensive experience across China and Southeast Asia, explained that the move was driven by both long-term conviction and a favorable shift in regulatory posture in Hong Kong. He said the company has spent months consulting with regulators, public market investors, and local partners before executing the transition. Originally focused on SIM cards and prepaid tech products, aka HK Asia Holdings now aims to integrate Bitcoin both as a balance sheet asset and into its business model. This includes plans to roll out Bitcoin-related offerings through its retail footprint, such as ATMs and prepaid Bitcoin products. The company's first steps included the acquisition of 8.88 Bitcoin during a post-acquisition period, followed by another 10 Bitcoin purchase once the leadership transition was finalized, bringing its total holdings to 18.88 Bitcoin, valued at over 1.7 million at the time of announcement. Riggins said further accumulation is planned, though it will proceed in accordance with Hong Kong's measured but transparent regulatory guidance. We see it as a way to protect our balance sheet, and we see it as a way to diversify our treasury with an eye on how the rest of the world is moving. The strategic intent goes far beyond speculation. Riggins framed Bitcoin as a hedge against macro uncertainty, a tool for long-term resilience, and a bridge to emerging global financial infrastructure. He also emphasized how corporate boards in the region are beginning to engage more seriously with the idea, pointing to Metaplanet in Japan and strategy in the US, compelling precedents. While Asia corporate Bitcoin adoption is still in its early stages, interest is growing fast. Riggins highlighted South Korea, Thailand, Malaysia, and Indonesia as markets with clear potential to follow suit. Much of the movement, he noted, is happening quietly behind the scenes, especially in China, where institutional stakeholders and state-connected investors are actively monitoring U.S. policy shifts and corporate adoption trends. I'm flooded with message more and more from people in the government, people, institutional investors who are kind of watching this space closely, looking for inside information about what's happening here. Although no formal public moves have been announced by Chinese state entities, Riggins believes Bitcoin is already being held indirectly through government affiliated organizations, including state-connected investment arms. He suggested these holdings may be more significant publicly than publicly known. With the U.S. moving toward a strategic Bitcoin reserve, he sees China closely watching and potentially following if global policy momentum continues to shift. Looking ahead, Moon Inc. plans to expand its Bitcoin holdings within Hong Kong's regulatory framework and serve as a model for other Asian companies exploring similar strategies. The company will co-host Bitcoin Asia this August in Hong Kong, positioning itself as a regional trailblazer and helping catalyze broader corporate adoption across Asia. What's that, Isaiah? Average 20 viewers a show now? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't checked how the stream has been doing. I think it's still usually like 15. Oh no, there's 20 people here. Nice. Yeah, I guess so. We're on the way up. We're on the way up. I get a feeling all these companies with Bitcoin reserves could create a global calamity. One exploit happened before and boom. Yeah, I'm not. I'm betting on GameStop. I'm not betting on the crypto. Even if the crypto thing doesn't work out, it doesn't change like that I'm bullish on GameStop, the company, and all the cash they have. But maybe it's possible. That's why GameStop's the best bet though, because if that does happen, it's not sure GameStop will have to pay the bonds back, whatever, but it's not going to affect them really. And then if it works out, the upside's way higher than the downside. But yeah, who knows? I mean, realistically, if all these corporations and governments start buying Bitcoin and never sell it, I don't know how the price is supposed to go down when nobody's selling it. Who knows though? Who knows? All right, I'm gonna play the Bill Miller video, I guess. So I will. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then probably make something while it's playing. So hopefully it's good. We'll see. We'll see.
But the idea is so strong and powerful that people are solving for those limitations, and that's what Michael Saylor did. And so by figuring out that corporate finance problem, he's created an absolute ton of value, right? By using fundamental capital allocation strategy and theories to get more fiat into Bitcoin. And so, that has very powerful building effects and snowballing effects. And now that's the entity, right, to do that. Again, others are cropping up, but he was the first to do it. And he continues to find ways to innovate and provide access to capital, access to Bitcoin in a variety of risk levels, right? All the way from more senior down to the equity for those that want to do it. And so, people look at it and say there's this premium. And I look at it and I say, yeah, there's a premium there for a reason. Someone's figuring out a lot of interesting corporate finance problems with regard to a new technology. So you can say, oh, that premium is going to go away because you can always, well, yeah, you can't. No one's doing it though, and they haven't figured out how to do it as well as MicroStrategy has. So, just to look at this and say, well, it's at a premium. Yeah, but guess what? He's solving the problem and he's dealing with that issue by selling more shares and getting more money into Bitcoin. So, I'm enormously bullish just in terms of, Michael and what strategy's doing. And I'm excited for the future for other corporations to hop on board.
We're obviously seeing a huge acceleration just in terms of adopting strategy. And the other interesting thing, right, is the rebrand going on. MicroStrategy being a software company, rebranding to Strategy as a Bitcoin company. Metaplanet did, while they didn't change their name, they did a similar rebrand, integrating like the Bitcoin Orange and that sort of thing. And it's obviously, done wonders for shareholder value. I guess my question for you, Bill, being a value investor, can every corporation does every corporation fit the criteria to integrate a Bitcoin treasury strategy? One of the things I get concerned about is that there might be some of these small cap pubcos who are at risk of being delisted that try to capitalize on the Bitcoin narrative. Almost, pardon my French, but to call them kind of like the shitcoin companies that are, taking the strategy potentially. What should people look out for? Is every corporate company, capable of doing this thing?
Well, from a value investor's perspective, I know there are 70 or 80 companies right now around the world that actually are on publicly traded exchanges that own Bitcoin, which is awesome. We only own a handful of them because we try and take a value oriented approach and contextualize each one a little differently. So we are supportive of any and every company that wants to store value in a better way, right? If that's Bitcoin, do we want to own them all? Maybe not, and maybe not because, and the reason there would be because just whatever their core business function is doesn't, it's hard to value, or it has not done well in the past, or for whatever reason. We're supportive of everyone that wants to do it. We don't own them all. We think very carefully about what the core function that they're serving is and what that's actually worth. So that's sort of our first hurdle, right? But you ask, can anyone do this? there's a limited amount of room for Bitcoin development companies. No, everyone cannot do what Michael has done, and the way he's thinking about corporate finance is on another level. So no, everyone can't do that. He's already got that first mover advantage. He's out there and he continues to do it. And he continues to innovate. So can everyone be that? No, but can others, store value and raise capital and put it into Bitcoin? Absolutely. Not everyone can be a MicroStrategy, but anyone that wants to transfer the value of their capital and the excess capital that they have earned or earn into another time period in the future without losing purchasing power, or with a very low probability of losing purchasing power the longer you want to store it. Yeah, we're highly supportive of that. And there's room for more to do it. And I think the way that it develops is, people start to look around and they say, oh, that guy's fund is doing really well. Why? Oh, he's bought Bitcoin. Oh, that company has outperformed every other thing. Why? Oh, because it's in Bitcoin. Oh, that operating guy had a challenge. His core business was declining. He had a bunch of excess cash, and he started using his declining cash flow to buy Bitcoin, and his company's still around. And ours is going down the tube. So maybe we should try and be a little more innovative. So that's how it works, slowly but surely. And then people start looking around and going, everyone else who's buying Bitcoin is doing better than I am. So, and then it just, the snowball rolls downhill.
What do you think is preventing some of these giants like Apple? Dell and Microsoft are interesting, right? Microsoft was allowing people to purchase items through their store with Bitcoin for a long time, up until I think about a year ago. Same with Dell. What's holding some of these larger institutions back from going all in on Bitcoin? I think Apple has like $1 trillion in cash just sitting on the sidelines or something like that. Why don't they allocate a small portion of that to Bitcoin? Tesla obviously figured it out.
Right. I'm still confused as to why they stopped at like 10,000 or whatever they own. Well, for a while, it was a real political issue, right? And there was lack of regulatory clarity around it. And now with this administration, that's exactly what's happening. You're getting that regulatory clarity. The frameworks are being put together now as we speak. So it's just a matter of time now that we've got a friendly administration. I mean, if you just look, one of the things I think is super interesting socially is the way these massive tech companies' tones have just changed overnight with regard to all kinds of political issues. You're like, oh, what is going on here, right? It's just like an echo chamber now with social media, and it's just really interesting. So I think that now with this administration change, you now have an opportunity where you're going to see more companies do it. And I think that is what you've seen with the number of companies that have owned Bitcoin over the past, 6 months has changed drastically. So it's again, the snowball's rolling downhill.
They just don't say enough. They didn't say enough. How does GameStop make money if not from selling games? Trading cards, collectibles. I mean, go to the GameStop website. GameStop.com. Well, on top of everything, on top of the video games, the collectibles, the hardware, they have $5 billion in cash. So they make $200 million a year risk-free from cash. The business is going to be profitable next year. And I mean, if Bitcoin goes, if they already bought Bitcoin and Bitcoin goes up, I mean, they're going to make money on Bitcoin too. So GameStop crushes, and only crushes. My card finally touched down PSA. Nice. We have deflation in Indonesia. That sounds scary. GameStop's so good. Lots of cash. I mean, it's good that they have the cash, but the big part about the cash is there's no debt. Like, they maybe have like $10 million in debt or something like that. I can't remember. You know, obviously they still have the payments for the stores and, you know, because they rent out those spaces, all that stuff. But yeah, GameStop has no debt either. So, you know, they have that 5 billion cash just for free, basically, or 4.7 billion, whatever it's at. GameStop's going to be making a lot of money in the future. I don't know how, you know, in like 3 to 5 years, I don't know how they're going to keep increasing their earning or their profit, but in the next like 3 to 5 years, they're going to be crushing. And you know, even if it, I don't know, maybe they'll find another another way to make more revenue or more profit. We'll see. We have the best stock here. The best stock. The greatest stock. It's the sandwich. Chicken quesadilla, my friend. No Sammy. I didn't want to make a sandwich. Taco Bell fake out. I wish I had a Taco Bell queso. That shit's bomb. Or whatever sauce they put in it. Taco Bell is not bomb. Taco Bell's disgusting. But whatever sauce they put in those quesos is crazy. It's Power Hour. What's up, Kristen? A Taco John? The hell's a Taco John? Never heard of it. Been working on reports and listening. Did you get Did you get all moved into your house? Taco John's got these potato rounds. You dip them in cheese is the best thing ever. Never heard of Taco John's? Need a handyman. Maybe I could help her. Probably not. I am the opposite of a handyman. Light fixtures and new outlets and stuff. What's up, Seagull? Hit that like button. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we did just flip green. I literally bought the low of the day. Pretty much. That was like 4 cents off the low of the day. I'm such a good trader, bro. I'm so good at trading. The past few weeks, I was ready to ban the word bottom ticking. I bottom ticked the stock, brother. I mean, I actually kind of did, but I also sold at that price Friday, so just basically buying back what I sold. I gotta do shit, so I need him to fix a bunch of things. You go on youtube.com and you wait for it to load, and then you type how to change wall outlet. And there you go. That's how you figure it out. But who wants to do that? That's boring. Might as well just have a handyman do it. Seagull Dreams, random question. Will the Bitcoin investment show on GME's quarterly reports? How's that work? It'll just be a digital asset on the balance sheet. But who knows if they even bought this quarter or not. You'd like to assume and hope they bought on the dip back at 76, but they might not have even bought yet. But yeah, it'll just be under digital assets on the balance sheet. Just like Tesla's, I think. And strategies, and every company that has Bitcoin. It's always digital assets. I actually don't know if Tesla reports theirs, but any company that does report it, it's on their balance sheet. And then I think they changed a law so where you can post what the asset's worth, like at the time of the reporting date. Whereas it used to be you had to report like the lowest value it's ever been. Pretty sure. But yeah. Either way, I guess we'll find out. Who knows if they even bought it yet. Who really knows? But I mean, whenever they do announce that they bought it, I would expect upside. Ever heard about tokenization for the stock market? I've read about it before, but I don't really get it. Me and Kev have argued about it before too, or he's like talked about it before. I don't remember. But I know I've read about it, but I don't have the desire to look any more than what I've already looked into. When it becomes an actual thing, then there'll probably be more info about it. All right. Congressman Ro Khanna says Democrats are changing their tune on Bitcoin. March 11th, 25, Rep. Ro Khanna gave a short but impactful talk at the Bitcoin Policy Institute's Bitcoin for America Summit. Bitcoin is transformational for so many people around the world. That is why the Democratic Party should be embracing it as something that can create financial empowerment for people not just in the United States, but around the world. This is the type of message he's been spreading for years now, and he's urged his fellow Democrats to follow his lead. He's implored them not to be scared of Bitcoin, but to view it as just as they view other major technological advancements of our time, including the internet itself. My goal is to make Bitcoin bipartisan, Rep. Khanna told Bitcoin Magazine. I want to convince Democrats that Bitcoin is a next-generation store of value that millions of people around the world use, and that America showing leadership on it allows us to connect with these people, often some of the most disenfranchised. For a party that often advocates for financial inclusion, it seems almost ironic that so many Democrats have looked past Bitcoin, an open source technology that anyone can use with nothing more than an internet connection, and in some cases without one. With that said, Rep. Khanna made the point that while he remains one of the few more vocal Democrats when it comes to being pro-Bitcoin, the number of Democratic politicians who have stated that they're in favor of the technology has increased substantially over the past year. We went from just 10 of us or so supporting Bitcoin and crypto to almost 70 and 80. It's happening slowly. And while some have attributed to malice most Democrats' historical stance on Bitcoin, Rep. Khanna claims the issue is more of lack of understanding of the technology purpose and use case. Some Democratic politicians are not aware of how helpful Bitcoin can be with remittance, or how it can be used by those who don't have access to US dollars. Many people around the world use it for both reasons, he added, alluding to the idea that many, including some Democrats, might not be aware of this fact. According to research from Coinbase, in each of the swing states in the most recent U.S. presidential election, there are about 10 times the number of crypto holders compared to the vote differential between Biden and Trump in 2020. Harris lost to Trump in each of these swing states, leaving some to speculate that the turnout of the Bitcoin and crypto voting bloc may have been one of the primary forces that swayed the election in Trump's favor. While Rep. Khanna doesn't know to what extent this voting bloc impacted the election, he agreed that it was likely one of the major factors that affected the outcome of the election. I think it made a difference, said the congressman. In such a close election, everything matters, and the fact that there were some Democrats who often offended Bitcoin and crypto voters was not helpful. Rep. Khanna is not alone acknowledging this. In December 24, at the New York Times Dealbook Summit, Van Jones, political analyst, media personnel, and prominent voice within the Democratic Party, stated that it was to the Democratic Party's detriment that it shut out pro-Bitcoin and pro-crypto voters. Rep. Khanna sang Jones' praises and said that we should be hearing more voices like Jones within the Democratic Party, speaking up in favor of Bitcoin in the near future. I have a lot of respect for Van Jones, Rep. Khanna said. He spent some time in the Bay Area, so he gets technology. The party will be moving in a direction that's going to embrace Bitcoin and all other technologies. Will Trump's embrace of Bitcoin deter Democrats from supporting it? Well, it only seems logical that Democratic Party would reverse its stance on Bitcoin if it's looking to pick up seats on the House and Senate come the 26 midterm election. Simultaneously, seems difficult to imagine more Democrats coming out in support of Bitcoin, given the highly partisan political climate in the U.S., coupled with the fact President Trump is an ardent Bitcoin supporter. Rep. Khanna argued that Democrats shouldn't be thinking along party lines when it comes to Bitcoin, but rather assessing the technology based solely on what it is. Politicians are capable of evaluating Bitcoin on its merits. Bitcoin is just a decentralized digital currency that enables peer-to-peer transactions without a need for an intermediary. People just need to study Bitcoin and learn that it's just a medium of exchange. Rep. Khanna also took a moment to differentiate between Bitcoin and meme coins, highlighting the fact that President's recently released coin Trump creates much confusion regarding the value proposition of crypto assets, including Bitcoin. We shouldn't have elected officials like Trump launching meme coins, said the congressman. Getting Democrats on the right side of history. At a time when many U.S. citizens are struggling to make ends meet, should Bitcoin be a front and center issue for Democrats, once widely regarded as the political party of the middle and working class? Rep. Khanna doesn't necessarily think so, but he also doesn't think the party should continue to poo-poo the technology. There are far bigger issues at hand right now, like the cuts in Medicaid and the firing of veterans and the erratic policy of tariffs, but the Democrats were on the wrong side of the issue of innovation and Bitcoin in 2022 and 24, and now we have an opportunity to get on the right side, he added. So how can a pro-Bitcoin Democrat voters help to get their party on the right side of history when it comes to Bitcoin? They should point to those of us who are leading on Bitcoin and crypto. They can encourage members of government to study the issue so that they're not uninformed. And they should talk about the enormous adoption of Bitcoin. Okay. Fed preps for $2 trillion bailout? No clue. Haven't seen that. Haven't heard about that. Is that like recent news or what? Because I feel like that would be a pretty big thing that I wouldn't like just pass over. I'm sure they would talk about it a lot on mainstream media. I don't know though. I haven't heard anything about that. I don't even know where you got that from. You need to post the news source. Because I have not seen that. Alright. The future of... This is a long-ass article, huh? All these crypto articles are insane. They're all insane. Alright. Guess we'll go with this one. Not sure what the website is, though. Yeah, you gotta be careful who you're getting your news from, because I don't think that's legit. Could be, but I don't think so. Alright, I guess I might as well read one of these that I want to read. Oh, that's a sale. Let's read this. Let's read this. The Bitcoin advantage, leveraging the asset for value creation. Bitcoin has been touted as a revolutionary asset class, offering much more than just a means of exchanging value. Over the past decade, Bitcoin has gained widespread recognition for its ability to preserve wealth, unlock liquidity, and provide a framework for risk-managed wealth growth. Its scarcity, decentralization, and robust security make it an ideal choice for savvy investors and businesses seeking to build long-term financial security. But how exactly can Bitcoin be leveraged to create value? This article explores the strategies for preserving Bitcoin's value, unlocking liquidity without selling, and growing wealth while managing risks, all while maximizing the asset's potential for value creation. What is the Bitcoin advantage? The Bitcoin advantage lies in its ability to serve as a store of value, source of liquidity, and financial hedge, all within a decentralized and secure framework. unlike, unlike most traditional assets, Bitcoin can easily be leveraged as collateral. Got the fucking hiccups. Allowing individuals to access liquidity without selling and forfeiting potential future gains. As Bitcoin adoption grows, its role in wealth management, lending, and financial independence continues to expand, reinforcing its position as a cornerstone of the modern digital economy. To fully appreciate Bitcoin's potential, we must first understand what sets it apart as a financial asset. Value preservation. Bitcoin's long-term value starts with understanding how core principles like scarcity, decentralization, and self-sovereignty ensure security while maximizing wealth preservation. This section outlines the foundation for how you can think about smart accumulation, secure storage, and long-term financial planning. Value protecting fundamentals, core principles. Bitcoin's long-term value proposition is underpinned by several fundamental principles. These principles not only ensure Bitcoin's potential for value preservation, but also offer exciting opportunities for liquidity access, risk management, and wealth growth. Let's break down why these principles matter and how they play a crucial role in wealth creation, especially from a lending and borrowing standpoint. Scarcity and fixed supply. Bitcoin's protocol caps the total supply at 21 million coins, a limit expected to be reached around the year 2140. As of early 2025, over 19 million Bitcoin have been mined, underscoring its scarcity. This infinite supply contrasts with traditional fiat currencies, which can be printed in unlimited quantities, potentially leading to inflation. Decentralization. Operating a global peer-to-peer network, Bitcoin lacks a central authority, reducing the risk of manipulation and censorship. This decentralization ensures that no single entity controls the network, aligning with the principles of financial sovereignty. Security and immutability. Bitcoin's blockchain is secured by a vast network of miners who validate transactions, making it one of the most secure digital ledgers. Once recorded, transactions cannot be altered, ensuring transparency and trust. Self-sovereignty. Bitcoin allows individuals to hold and transfer value without intermediaries, granting users full control over their assets. This autonomy is particularly valuable in regions with unstable financial systems or restrictive capital controls. Bitcoin accumulation strategy, smart strategic stacking for maximum value. A well-planned approach to acquiring Bitcoin can significantly impact long-term wealth preservation. By adopting disciplined strategies, investors can navigate volatility, optimize their holdings, and strengthen their financial position over time. Here's how to accumulate Bitcoin with confidence and efficiency. DCA, strategic buying during market dips, mining participation, holding mentality. I guess I don't think we really need to read any of those. I think you guys know what those are. Custody management confidence, secure storage solutions that protect holders. It is important to understand security strategies and tools while managing your collateral for maximum wealth preservation. This section lays out key considerations when thinking about custody management and secure storage for Bitcoin. Cold storage solutions. Cold storage refers to storing Bitcoin offline, making it inaccessible to hackers. Hardware wallets and paper wallets are popular cold storage methods that provide a high level of security. Multi-signature wallets. For added protection, multi-signature wallets require multiple private keys to access funds. This ensures that no single party can move your Bitcoin without the consent of others, offering an added layer of security. Institutional custody services. High net worth individuals and businesses may opt for institutional custodial services that offer insured storage solutions. These services provide advanced security protocols to ensure the safety of large Bitcoin holdings. Backup and redundancy. It's important to have secure backups of private keys to prevent the accidental loss of access. A secure backup strategy should include multiple copies of private keys stored in different secure locations. While preserving Bitcoin's value is crucial, what if you need liquidity without selling? That's where Bitcoin-backed borrowing comes in. Unlock liquidity, access cash without selling Bitcoin. While Bitcoin's value proposition lies in its ability to preserve wealth, there may come a time when liquidity is needed for other investments or expenses. Instead of selling Bitcoin, which could mean missing out on future gains, holders can access liquidity without parting with their Bitcoin. One of the most effective ways to do this is through Bitcoin-backed borrowing. Is this just a promotion for this company? I literally think this is just a promotion for this company. No, the more I'm reading it. Bitcoin-backed borrowing. Use Bitcoin as collateral to unlock liquidity. Bitcoin-backed loans allow Bitcoin holders to unlock liquidity without selling their holdings. These loans use Bitcoin as collateral, offering a number of key benefits. Capital efficiency. By using Bitcoin as collateral, investors can access fiat currency without having to liquidate their Bitcoin. This strategy allows for capital efficiency, enabling holders to retain their Bitcoin exposure while unlocking liquidity for other investments or business ventures. Quick access to funds. Bitcoin-backed loans are typically faster to process than traditional loans because Bitcoin's value is readily accessible and collateralized. The approval process is streamlined, providing quicker access to funds. No credit score requirements. Traditional loans often depend on personal credit scores and financial history, but Bitcoin-backed loans rely solely on the value of the collateral. This opens up liquidity options for those who may not qualify for conventional financing. That's interesting. Tax efficient management. Access liquidity while maximizing tax efficiency. Selling Bitcoin triggers capital gains tax, which can erode the value of the sale. By using Bitcoin-backed loans instead, holders can access cash without triggering tax liabilities. Deferred tax liabilities. Since Bitcoin is not sold in a loan arrangement, no capital gains taxes are incurred at the time of borrowing. This allows holders to defer taxes and retain the full value of their Bitcoin investment. Tax-deductible interest. In some jurisdictions, interest on loans may be tax-deductible. This creates an additional incentive to borrow against Bitcoin rather than sell it, making the strategy even more tax-efficient. Portfolio retention. By borrowing against Bitcoin, investors retain their Bitcoin holdings, ensuring that they continue to benefit from its appreciation without sacrificing exposure to future gains. Leverage management. Align borrowing to risk profile and hedge against dips. When borrowing against Bitcoin, it's important to manage leverage carefully. Here's some strategies to mitigate risk associated with borrowing. Loan to value ratio management. Maintaining a conservative loan to value ratio ensures that value of Bitcoin used as collateral remains above the loan amount. This reduces the risk of margin calls, especially in volatile markets. We don't need to read about that. I literally think this was just an article promoting that company. Bitcoin advantage. All right, whatever. What's up, Shadow? Bought a new e-bike. Nice. That's dope. What kind of e-bike did you get? All right. Beyond the vault, why Bitcoin's true power lies in motion. Michael Saylor. Oh, wait. This is a Michael Saylor thing. Maybe I don't want to read this one. We'll read that one last, I think. The future of Bitcoin mining is distributed. It's called Sondor's Smart Step, I think. I've never heard of that one. In recent videos interviewed by Bitcoin Magazine, Troy Cross, professor of philosophy and humanities, blah blah. Oh, it's another video. How long is it? An hour? Good lord. All right, I'm good. I'm good. I guess I can just... Yeah, I don't think I want to read this. I don't really want to read that. This article is literally just comparing Bitcoin to all the other major commodities. So I don't know if I really want to read that one either. I think I'm good on that. Human Rights Foundation donates 1 billion Satoshis to fund Bitcoin development. This could be an interesting article. Maybe we'll read these tomorrow. Kind of over reading right now. I'll read this one real quick just because it's short. Rhode Island bill would allow state residents to spend $10,000 monthly in Bitcoin tax-free. Bill S0451, which was introduced to Rhode Island Senate last month, permits the state's residents and businesses to make up to 10 payments in Bitcoin valued at less than $1,000 per month. The bill is an amendment to existing state income tax laws. The exact language in the proposed legislation is as followed. Any sale of Bitcoin by an individual or business in Rhode Island shall be exempt from state taxation if the total value of sales is less than $1,000. The limit of the state-exempt Bitcoin transactions shall not exceed 10 sales per 30-day cycle. And the bill defines a sale of Bitcoin as any transaction in which Bitcoin is sold or exchanged for another form of value, such as fiat currency or other physical or digital assets. The bill also clarifies that this exemption only applies at the state level and that it doesn't affect federal tax obligations. Under the bill, individuals and businesses who engage with these types of tax-exempt Bitcoin transactions are responsible for keeping records of these transactions, including the total value of sales per day, should be prepared to provide these records to the Rhode Island's Department of Revenue for audit or compliance purposes. In a slide deck prepared by the Rhode Island Blockchain Council that was shared with Bitcoin Magazine's Chris Perota, chairman of the council, wrote that the passing of Bill S0451 would help to reduce friction for digital asset payments. He stated the current tax implications of spending Bitcoin hamper its utility for Rhode Island citizens and stifle economic activity. Perota also noted that the passing of this bill would stimulate blockchain-based economic activity in the state, making Rhode Island one of the states at the forefront of this technology. What is more, he also proposed that small businesses accept Bitcoin for products and services as a means to stimulate economic growth. Thus far, no other U.S. states have introduced comparable bills. At the federal level, the only bill that has proposed something similar is the Loomis Gillibrand Responsible Financial Innovation Act, which provides a de minimis tax exemption on Bitcoin transactions valued at $200. All right, peace out, Shadow. Enjoy your bike, bro. Enjoy it. That'll be a good time. Whipping that thing around, Cali. You only have like 20 more minutes left of the market. Apple's up 4% on the day. Everything else is doing pretty well. Pretty well. Good to see. I don't know if I don't know if you're out of the woods yet as far as the bear market goes, but it looks okay for now. I'm over here having GME shares daydreaming about a new e-bike. What a juxtaposition. uh, yes. It's such is life. You either invest to enjoy that thing in the future, or you just buy that thing and don't care. I mean, I personally I prefer the investing, but buying whatever you want is fun too. Bike sounds like more fun. Eh, I've had a nice e-bike. I prefer this honestly. I much prefer this. I got a pedal bike, so it's more about having an electric bike. I don't know. I mean, you don't need it. You can turn your pedal bike into an electric bike pretty easily. It's pretty simple, actually. I couldn't tell you how to do it, like, off the top of my head, but you can buy a kit for, like, a couple $100, and boom, you have an e-bike. It's not going to be anything, like, special or anything, but still. Throw up the GameStop chart for a little bit. Ugh. I guess, I don't know. Check Reddit, I guess. Sure, there's nothing here, but who knows? Oh, is this that thing you were talking about? Is that real? That can't be real, is it? Back in green. Sup, Rosh? Roshed? I don't know if that's real or not. Oh no, that's actually legit. Yeah, at the top right of that post, it has $669, which is pretty funny. Kind of funny. Telling you, we don't have enough shares. All right, it was just a sneeze. We're good. I thought I was dying. Not really, but that was weird. I'm tired. 15 more minutes. I wonder if we're gonna get any news after hours or anything. What's up, KCR? How you doing, bro? Announced Bitcoin on 420. Who knows? Who knows? I hope they wait till next earnings. I think that would be funny. Oh my god. Ugh, I'm sorry to whoever I just made yawn. I'm fucking dead. Buying 140 shares tomorrow. We'll be at 2,000. Then we'll stop to fill my cash buffer. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. On Easter, hence buck. Fucking the tinfoil's tinfoiling right here. The tinfoilin' be tinfoilin'. I want to see. I want my fucking cards to get graded already. Taking a millennium. I better get a 10. I'll literally never grade a fucking another card ever again if I don't get a 10. Oh wait, it's finally moved. I'm finally at research and ID. Let's go. I'm on a way. I'm on my way. Home, sweet home. And I bought a shitload of shirts. I bought 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 shirts. Jesus Christ. All for the stream. All for the stream. Just some shirts. Strictly for the stream, basically. Because I don't know if I mean, I'd probably wear some of these out in public, but I don't know. I don't think I'd wear I mean, maybe a dark magician girl shirt out in public. I don't know. I mean, I probably will end up doing it, but who knows? Well, hopefully my cards get graded soon. So close. About to start putting up missing flyers with a picture of Jerome Powell as Salt Bay for Learn to 6ix9ine. Yeah, who knows where that guy is? Who knows? How many cards did I get graded? 6, I believe. One of the Raichus is worth quite a bit. All the other cards, if they're 10s, they're like $200-ish cards. But the Raichu's like $500-600, I think, if it's a 10. Then if they're not 10s, they're literally like $20 to $50 cards. I think the Raichu is a 9 is like a $50-60 card. And then the other ones are like 20 or 30. So really hoping that I get at least a couple 10s. Because if they're all 9s, that's gonna suck. Jump between 9 and 10 is steep. Yeah, it's because a 9, you know, a 10's a perfect card. A 9's just, you know, it's a good quality card, but it's just a normal card. Then anything below that is pretty trash. I mean, and, you know, 8s are okay, but pretty much anything below a 9 and an 8, it's just a trash card. And 9s, a 9 is basically just you pulling the card out of the pack with no grade. So really aiming for a 10 every time, because that means at least you have something, you know, a perfect product. And that's to me, like, if I was going to collect cards, I would want strictly 10s. GameStop moving. '94 Upper Decker and NBA sitting in binder. Want to start collecting ones. You should get the graded 1 Charizard. I think that's still like a couple $100, or maybe even more. A 9.5 Celebration Charizard might cut it out. I'd just be careful. Error cards? Sometimes. You can. I don't know about like in the recent packs or anything like that, but definitely in the older packs. Saw some rumor GameStop might start releasing some of their own combo packs for Pokemon. Comes with 2 packs of cards and 1 PSA graded to at least a PSA 8. I saw that too. That'd be interesting. It'd be a cool thing, especially for how like in demand packs are. You know, people would buy that for sure. Because it'd be like another like, depending how much they are, I guess. If you had a chance to get a prismatic pack, you know, and the pack thing's like $15 or something, it might be worth it. Or if you can get 2 prismatics, you know, it might be worth it. Who knows? I just heard about error coins, some plain old coins stamped wrong can go for big bucks. Yeah, they have some of those for cards for sure. For $60, that's a trash deal. I mean, I guess you're mostly paying for the graded card, but that sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. That's way too expensive. Yeah, I wouldn't buy that. But could be cool, who knows? That just seems like a lot. But I guess, like I said, most of the value is going to come from the graded card, I assume. RL, what's up, RL? How you doing, my guy? My guy? Three more minutes until market close. Not bad. Closing up here at 27's pretty sick. Assuming it stays up here, but you only have 2 more minutes. So, interesting thought. Does Ryan Cohen really think this stock can go to $669? That's crazy. That's crazy. People are worried about saving $1 or $2. If that's a true possibility, that's crazy. What's up, Elvis? They should do a service where they vault the tens for you and give you an NFT so it can be traded but kept safe. Obviously redeemable if you actually want to hold it. I think you can do that. eBay has that, I believe. You can store your PSAs on the eBay vault, and then if you want to sell the card, you can just make a listing, and then when you sell it, it'll just transfer from your eBay vault to the person you sold it to, or they'll, ship it to that person. I think. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing. I know for sure eBay has a PSA vault, but I'm not 100% how it works. Smashing the like button. Thank you, Elvis. If GME goes to 19 at this point, yeah, that's insane. The market better start crashing harder than it did before, if that's a possibility. KCR. What's up, KCR? All right. We'll see what happens. I'll stick around here to see if there's any news for a minute. But I'm probably not gonna hang out that long. You also have to remember we're on that on the top of the trend line where the stock has consistently sold off like 20%, so could get some negative news. I really doubt we're going to get any news at all, but yeah. It would be even sicker no news and the stock just continues trading up into the 27s. That would be the best. Answer your other question, I'm not sure Ryan Cohen actually believes that. He better believe it if he's going to be hitting at it, or it's a little scammy. I mean, how long of a time frame are you looking though? Like, I think it's definitely possible in 5 to 10 years that it could hit multiple hundreds. But yeah. If you think it's going to hit $600 tomorrow or like soon, I think that's a little insane. See, it's going up to 6 something. It's just in the last post. What's up, Alex Schur? Hanging in there. Good, bro. Good. Good to hear. Just reminds me of people screaming Bitcoin at 10 mil. I don't enjoy that kind of stuff, even though I'd like it to happen. I mean, he's not screaming it, though. He posted that post and literally deleted it like 5 minutes later. So it's not like he's screaming it. But he is, you know, subtle hints for sure. Subtle hints. And I mean, that's what you want. You don't want fucking Ryan Cohen screaming that it's going to go to hundreds of dollars. You want people who are actually paying attention to the company to see that post that got deleted that nobody's going to see. Most people probably don't even know that it happened. And yeah. But, you know, for me, I can definitely see it happening, but the time frame is, you know, years. And there's like 40 people in here right now. Kind of odd. Oh, 35. Not bad. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Slacking on the likes today. Ultra slacking on the likes. How am I? I'm doing good, Alex. Sure. Thank you for asking. Oh, who cares if GameStop bought Bitcoin? We'll figure it out when the time comes. Who cares for now? MicroStrategy bought 2 billion worth at 87,000. So top right of the image is deliberate, yeah. It's a bit tinny. Oh, it's for sure tinny. On my tinny tin tin. By the hairs on my tinny tin tin. On our thing labeled Project Rocket. Yeah, I've seen that. Stuck away for work. Nice closing. What's up, Moose? Expect for GME to go to the 30s and then get diluted? Who cares? If you think that's a bad thing, then you're obviously not a GameStop shareholder. You're just a moon man. Who cares if it gets diluted? The only people who care about dilution are little babies who got wrecked on their option plays. See XRT short interest. I've seen posts about it, but there's no way to check the real short interest, so the posts mean nothing. And I saw the Ryan Cohen. Bad move in my opinion. Well, good thing you're not the one buying the Bitcoin. Can't find any SC though. I don't know what you're saying. Sailor's average price is like 66K, and now he's saying that it's possible he could have to sell some at some point. Oh, I didn't see that. Interesting. Just the recent data from Chart Exchange. Oh. I don't even think that data's accurate, to be fair. I don't think there's any way to prove that. Who knows, though? Obvious, I mean, doesn't really mean a lot. Doesn't help you trade. Doesn't help you buy or sell the stock. So even if it is legit info, doesn't really help you in any way. But I don't think it's legit. I don't even think it's legit info. Sailor tries to pump his own self because he's in a hole with his Bitcoin decision. You're just making things up. You don't actually know. But Miklos, I'll give you a warning. You can hang out here if you post some things in the chat that are like positive and actually beneficial. But if you're just gonna come into my stream and be negative and say weird things that you don't even know if they're real or not, I mean, I will just time you out. I don't really care. I don't need you here. So if you want to post something positive in the chat, you can, but I don't care about your negative opinions that you don't even truly believe in yourself because they're not even factual in any way. Only 10 I use is to keep my lunch warm. Okay. Well, why are you just saying things that aren't even real then? You seem like someone who has a full tinfoil fucking suit on. Was noted in a regulatory filing on April 7th. Something about a price drop could adversely affect their ability to satisfy their financial obligations. Yeah, I think their stock price has to be at like 600 something for a lot of those bonds, and some of them are expiring soon, I think. Who knows though? Well, doesn't look like we're gonna get any news. So yeah, I don't know. I'll stick around for like a few more minutes. If someone wants to bring in a topic to talk about for a minute, we can. But if not, I'm gonna be out of here in a minute. It's just usually like 20 minutes after the bell rings when you get the news, if there's gonna be any. Push-ups. Oh, I'm not doing any push-ups. Interest owed on 8.2 billion of loans. Principal repayments start next year. That's not bad though. They have fucking 40 plus billion worth of Bitcoin or whatever it's at. I'm sure as long, I mean, even if Bitcoin halves, they'll still be able to pay that. But yeah, who knows? I'm slacking. Okay. If I wanted to do push-ups, I would do them. Definitely not slacking though. I literally did like, I don't know, a lot of hours of landscaping yesterday. So I'm good. I'm good. That's probably what I'm gonna do after this. Go finish dumping the rest of those rocks. Just surprised to mention selling after all that talk of dying with it. I mean, he kind of has to sell it if the stock price doesn't get to that threshold, though. It's not like it's not like he wants to. You know, I'm sure in the perfect world, Bitcoin doubles again from here, and they don't have to do that because everyone who just bought the bonds turns their bonds into shares rather than wanting cash back. I'm sure that's the, in a perfect world, that's what they wanted, but we don't live in a perfect world, so, if Bitcoin stays at this price and MSTR doesn't go to the threshold price, it would make sense why they would have to sell it. Son of Harold. Yeah, I saw the tweet. I saw the tweet. Bad decisions. I mean, there's still a lot of time, my friend. So much time. Ryan Cohen does seem like a troll, though, doesn't he? Oh, he is a troll. There's no kinda there. Ryan Cohen is a fucking troll, and that's why it's amazing. That's why it's amazing, because any other company, any other stock, probably would have doubled or tripled by now off of that Bitcoin rumor. But because it's GameStop, we're still just chilling. Still just chilling. Tricky One, what's up, Tricky One? Jethro Ben, haven't seen that name in here before. Can't stop, won't stop. Love the stream. Hey, much love, Jethro Ben. I hope you had a good weekend, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. You don't think he's trolling his investors who smoke tin? No, he's trolling people who fucking are having second thoughts. The people who are committed to GameStop and can actually read a balance sheet and actually understand what the fuck's gonna happen. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple to see for anyone who actually is invested in this company and has read into the story and has looked into it. Anyone who's on the fence and hasn't read into the story, that's who he's trolling. He can do what he wants. Yep. As long as this troll brings shareholder value, I'm good. Yep. He is bringing value. Amen. Shall's take if nothing happens after 420. Who cares? I'll buy more. Why do you think I give a shit what happens in 6 days? what's going to be your take when GameStop becomes the best investment in the next 5-10 years? You think I give a shit what happens off of a bunch of tinfoilers talking about 420? I don't give a shit. I care about the long term. Who cares? I don't even care what happens in the next 2 months, 3 months. Just being realistic, keep the expectations low. I mean, you're coming into a stream thinking that we're all a bunch of like moon men when you're coming into a long-term investment stream. So, you're not being realistic, you're being I don't know what you're being, weird. You weird by thinking of a random date out of the year matters for a stock that I'm going to be holding for the next 10, 20, 30 years. Yeah, I care about 420 so much. Oh no, 420. You guys better sell all your shares if we don't moon on 420. You better sell all your shares. What's supposed to happen in 6 days? I have no clue. Who knows? These people, they read some fucking Reddit or Twitter thing, and then, that's how that builds. It's the echo chamber. Starts with one tinfoiler, on to the next tinfoiler, and then next thing you know, you have thousands of tinfoilers who think 420 matters. Maybe it does. Maybe something will happen then, but I don't think I've ever talked about 420 until recently, since everyone started talking about it. It's the echo chamber. The echo chamber gets echo chambered until it finally reaches me. I'm still here when we're in Mag 7. Oh, I don't know about that. That'd be crazy, though. Y'all don't know about the hype date? 420 isn't even the hype date. Some people play checkers, other plays chess. Yep. Some people try to play chess and get checkmated the first 3 moves. Merly, Dumb Money brought me here. Give me Roaring Kitty vibes. What's up, Merly? Haven't seen that name in here before. That's the Dumb Money movie is terrible, but shout out to Merly. Shout out to Merly. Smoke a nice doob on 420. Granted, I'll be staring at the overnight market to open at 8 p.m. That's just normal Sunday for me. I'll be in Vegas. I'll be in Vegas on 420. Living the Vegas 420 life. Damn, the left-handed bottle flip, bro. Roaring Kitty vibes, just up. Just up, baby. Just up. I'm Roaring Kitty's cousin. He's a Roaring Kitty Chinese knockoff. Roaring Koi. That's funny. Roaring Koi. Oh, it's Roaring Koi here. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe. Eastern Vegas, that's wicked. It should be fun. Assuming I don't get clapped completely the second I get there. Hopefully make like 500 to 1,000 bucks, and then can go do some little bit higher roller gambling. If I get clapped immediately, that's gonna be boring. Then I'm just gonna have to enjoy Vegas for what it is, which is pretty boring. But I really only like gambling when it comes to Vegas. I don't really enjoy the atmosphere. My meeting Snitch 9? I have no clue. He hasn't been here. So who knows if he'll be even around. I mean, he knows where I'll be, and we already set a time, so I guess if I don't see him, then, you know, I won't see him. I just haven't gotten, there's just no confirmation. Lost the family fortune on Buffalo? Probably not. If he's actually legit, he put fucking like he put like $700,000 in GameStop at the lows. So I mean, if 6ix9ine's a legitimate, if he's truly who he says he is up fucking massive right now on GameStop. He is up massive. So yeah, maybe that's where he is. He's dancing at the Pink Pony Club again. Oh man, my legs are cooked. Oh, are you out, Siegel? Alright, bro. Have a good one, Siegel. Appreciate you always supporting the stream, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's mad at the amount of millionaires I met online. I must have met them all by now. Yeah, I mean, there is that aspect, you know. A lot of people do just talk. A lot of people do just talk, but I mean, it's hard to not believe him considering how much he's donated to the stream. That's not really it's really not something that just happens. I think he's yeah, who knows? Who knows, you know? It's paper profits till you sell. I mean, either way, the trend looks so good on this stock. Really no point to sell in a lot of ways. I believe 6ix9ine. Yeah, I think he is who he says he is, but you do, you know, you truly never know. Christ is king. Last call, says the Lord. We'll see the biggest stock market crash in history. God gets the glory for warning his children. God bless you all. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure Jesus Christ doesn't give a fuck about the stock market, my friend. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. Maybe you should go. Maybe you should go. Maybe you should go push a message that actually is valuable to people instead of spreading something. You don't know what the fucking stock market's gonna do. You have no clue, bro. You have no clue. So to have a name called Christ is King and go into random live streams acting like you know anything, like you don't fucking know, dude. Get out of here. Get out of here. Jesus Christ is a bear. It just feels unreal until you actually have it in your hands. It's true. I think Jesus has GME shares. I mean, he does in my book. Because I bought my shares and put them in God's hands. I believe at Snitch92. I can tell he's an arrogant rich guy. It's fun sometimes when we poke each other. That's fair. Jesus Christ made shoes in a brick and mortar store. No point in selling. I'm in for the long haul. Amen. Amen. Amen, amen, amen. I guess we're not getting any news though, so I guess it's time to hit the dusty old trail. You ever hear a crackhead say, I got no money today, I'm not gonna smoke? No, they always find a way. You gonna let a crackhead out hustle you today? Wait, what? Alright, yeah, I'm out of here. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day. Thank you to everyone who supports. Thank you for supporting the stream. Shout out to everyone who's here. You know, I'm only, there's so many people these days, it's hard to remember, but shout out Matt Romano, Tricky1, KCR, Muma, Kev83, Moose again, Son of Harold, Siegel. Who else is here? Hopefully I didn't miss any names. Zach Tate, Miklos, Rosh. I don't know, Elvis. If I missed your name, I'm sorry. I'm just reading whoever typed in the chat recently. But I appreciate all of you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Huss. I recognize Huss. I've seen that name in here before. I think he's a lurker, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, shout out to everyone. Thank you guys for always supporting the stream, for real. If this is, if you're new to the stream, thank you for supporting or, giving the stream a second chance. God bless you. If it's your first time here, hopefully we'll see you again. Maybe we'll see you again, but shout out Fake Roaring Kitty. I'll catch you guys on tomorrow. So, you guys have a good rest of your day. God bless you. And yeah. Peace!